Hello? Hello, hello? 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 Oh, wow. I put my filter on very dark. But there we go. We're alright. See, this lighting is fine, even though I look a little dark and pink, because once it gets super dark outside, the lighting will be okay. Oh, this doesn't look great though. You know, maybe I should have two camera filters. One for, hold on. Let me adjust the lighting. My queen. Hold on. Down. Does that help? Does that help? Hello? Oh, that helped a little bit. Hello? I am very pink, but that's okay. My neck fucking hurts? Oh, damn, I'm sorry to hear that. But you know what also hurts? The bass that's slapping right now. Because, I don't know about y'all, but I don't actually listen to a lot of Splatoon. Nice hair, thank you! I would have it, actually this is my default, hairstyle in the summer. It's ponytail to the side, because if I do ponytail to the back, it's a little too barren. So side ponytail is nice. Anyway, I'm sorry to hear that, Drax. Also, Splatoon music fucking goes. May I just say, it's stop. I mean, listen, I can. Character design is such an interesting thing because technically, I have a lot of characters who are wearing a ponytail, but I have to force myself to diversify it. So it can't just be like everyone, like some people have a ponytail that's up here, like Heidi's that just goes poof poof poof. Some people have like a subtle like side ponytail that's about this long. Some people have like just like a little back like swing like that. I have closet cosplay. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. There's nothing more satisfying than modeling yourself after your characters because they have a more cohesive sense of fashion than you do. And by that I mean they have a more cohesive identity than you do. Because I've mentioned this before, me as a person, I feel like I have difficulty conceptualizing myself, like my personality and whatnot. And so that's why I never like self-ship or anything. I mean, I could do like one of those YN, Harry Styles adopt you or something like that. But for some reason, those, like, specifically depicting me in those situations with fictional characters has always made me feel a little weird because, and this is like not that deep, but I'm making it deep. That means I have to conceptualize myself on the level of a fictional character. And to me, that's like, okay, so what kind of fictional character would I be? I mean, I guess I'd be like creative and like kind of like a like cracking like I have to like think about that. So that's why I personally can't self-ship as easily as other people can, because it's not that I am that insecure, it's that I don't have, like, when I see fictional characters, I can conceptualize their, like, identity and, like, writing in a way that I cannot do for myself, which I think makes sense because I'm not a fictional character. You know, I did it anyways because I need that cowboy. I mean, listen, I respect that. But for me personally, whenever I see a character that I thirst after, the best thing I can do is ship them with someone and then experience the secondhand joy that I see from them being happy and then just like absorb it for me. I guess it's like a strange, you could say it's a strange like shipping, like cuckolding situation, but it's all good. It's whenever I make a self-insert, they usually turn into their own character. Yeah, it's more fun that way, honestly. Like, could you imagine, I mean, I feel like it's kind of the same way that VTubers and streamers have their own, you know, mascot or their own fictive persona that they can, put as a barrier between their true selves and the world. For me, I have kind of that, not like a solid identity. Like, I don't know what you guys think of me. I probably just seem like, oh, that's Sang Sangle. They're talking about, I don't know, the feet again or whatever. What a weirdo. What a fucking oh man, whatever. I don't know what you guys think of me, but ultimately, I've come to terms with the fact that I don't feel particularly comfortable marketing myself, or like, I mean, I find the idea of role-playing as a character would be like fun, but yeah, I feel more comfortable presenting myself very earnestly on stream because firstly, it's a lot easier to do than making up a whole character and sticking to it, but also it kind of makes me feel better about myself, you know? Like people aren't kidding when they say that streaming does help you when it comes to like self-confidence. Update on the shooter. He is a far-right fascist. The call was coming from I was actually talking with my roommate about this, and we were talking about potential conspiracy theories about their motive, and he brought up that like this shooter could have been like one of those 4chan like internet fascists who's like so deep down the rabbit hole that they're like anti-Trump, but they're like the other way. They're like, man, why is he making compromises with the Democrats? Like, we have to get him out of here. Like, it's like that on the other side. It's fucking ghoulish. At least one of those kinds of people is no longer around, yeah. By the way, real Ace Attorney fans, he was wearing a gun YouTuber's I wonder how that gun YouTuber is doing right now. Are they feeling alright? Are they like, yep, another satisfied customer? Anyway. So real Ace Attorney fans. By the way, the more Ace Attorney posts I like on Twitter, the more is showing up. So my feed is literally like 50% Ace Attorney on Twitter. So the reference that my title makes is, hold on, let me find it. But I could not type the whole meme onto Twitch because they're cowards. But it's this one. It's Phoenix, you missed something. Use the evidence to prove that you have a gorilla grip coochie. And for some reason, that just came to my head. Yeah, real Ace Attorney quote. Wow, I can't believe that she hashtag did that. Anyway. Yeah, it's a meme that makes me laugh, and it's overused, but it's great, and that's the reason for the title. Anyway, forgive me for being salmon pink right now, but I'd like to think I look nice in seasons. Very appropriate to talk about missing in this current climate. Alrighty. Not Safi commenting in Discord, the fuck? I hope Safi gets it. Anyway. Alright. YouTube goofy ass Splatoon playlist. You are always in my heart, but we are now going to gaming. We are going to gaming. We're turning off headphones. We're turning on gaming, and we're turning on Chrome and Discord. And we are entering the stream room. Hello?
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 Oh shit. I'm here.
You're here!
I'm here!
Yay!
Ah! Bro, I just woke up from like a really good nap like an hour ago, and I am still like in the throes of I could go back to sleep at any moment. But that's fine. I can still do the stream today. I would have told you if
I was gonna
like...
say, it's always, it's lovely to have you here, and I won't proceed if you are not here. But, it's always optional. to join me, because I can always
Yeah.
like do something else for a gaming stream.
Absolutely. Like I would have let you know if I was too tired to be a gay lawyer tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also very excited about this case. I
You've been
need to be
thinking about it?
vindicated.
You've been
I
thinking
need
about
to
it?
be vindicated. Yes.
Oh yeah.
I need to be vindicated for the thing that I found.
I forgot. It's a good thing I'm playing with you, honestly. Oh wait, let me share my Discord screen. There we
Let
go.
me see.
They need to see.
Yippee!
There we go.
I see things.
So
The
last
Great Ace Attorney
last time on the Great Ace Attorney, we got stuck at least twice, I believe.
Yeah.
Anyway. Continue. And yeah, that's my summary.
Yeah. It was one of those funky moments where it's like, we know what we need to do, and if this was like a real case, oh yeah, I forgot, white man jump scare. It's like, we know what we need to do, and if this was a real case in real life, we would just say the thing. Unfortunately, this is a game with mechanics and a storyline that we need to follow, and so we need to present very specific things.
Yes.
And that was kicking our ass.
Classic Ace Attorney gameplay conundrum. Alright,
Yeah.
so an actual summary of what happened last time. We realized through a series of hijinks that technically Sholmes was not shot. He's like his fucking pouch or whatever the fuck Eldred said last time. Well, it was shot at last time, and so they were like, oh, so who was shot? And we realized that, oh, it was fucking Eggert Benedict, who actually, his real name is something stupid. Hold on. Ash Gray.
Ashley Graydon.
Okay.
Oh, right. I pinned it. I forgot. I was going back through the stream chat. To try
You
to
were
find
looking
that
for it?
voice memo. It's very important.
It is. Alright. Eldridge in capital letters. His scruffy fucking pouch.
Yeah.
Alright.
They're about to examine Holmes' scruffy fucking pouch. Damn.
Okay. Alright. And so, the end of last stream, we did go through the intermission and the reintroduction of Ashley Graydon. And so all we need to do now is press. He makes use of pawnbroking services from time to time. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place in the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. Why he pouting? Oh my god, look at them! They're like, it's my brother! It's my brother!
Brother. And then he's just there.
Gregson.
Objection!
Wait,
Good old Gregson.
you interrupted myself! I was gonna say, it was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you objection? The witness is here to testify about the events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious.
Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question.
So he's gonna be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky.
British silence.
Oh well, that didn't do anything. That first press. I colluded with these thugs.
Hold it! Colluded with these thugs.
Have you seen these two men before?
This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals.
The little blush in their design makes him look so like ooh, a little bit.
They're so precious.
Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict.
I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me?
The young lawyer there in the black.
This is a farce!
I hate him.
His stupid little animations. I hate this man. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway?
Ugh.
Well, needless to say,
Oh wow, that was really useful.
I had no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation.
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir?
Fucking asleep. Yeah, that is past the hour at which I would normally retire.
Do you think he's a honk shoe kind of guy or a snork me kind of guy? Do you think he would wear a nightcap and have a little candle on a dish?
Absolutely.
God.
Oh, absolutely. He has the nightcap and the candle. I don't know if Honk Shoe or Schnork Me because he looks like a Schnork Me, but I feel like that's a clever subversion to his true Honk Shoeiness.
Good answer.
Such a fucking 21st century answer. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions.
He looks like a Gucci Louis Vuitton kind of sleeper. Like he has a sleeping cap, but it has like a Gucci symbol on it. Fucking white man. You're able to prove that?
Louis Vuitton.
Objection!
British silence.
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. Oh, he definitely has an eye mask. Are you kidding me?
Oh
What?
yeah, 100%.
Not to like, obviously his name isn't Eggert Benedict, but it would be really cute if he had an eye mask, but it was like scrambled eggs on each eye. Like the Yule.
That would be amazing.
Hire me. Capcom. For you to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. Technically that is like proving a negative, so that's not fair. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene... Oh, sorry. Whenever I get that was so like girly, that sound I made. Oh, like just whenever he does that animation, it just like I feel like one of those like fucking Victorian ladies with like the fan being like, "Oh lordy, how his hands." It's to prove your assertion or whatever. All right.
The obligation lies with you.
You'll fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Oh, I hate him. I hate him. He doesn't even say anything, he just danced! I hate him! I hate him! Iris, take the shot! A silent victory wiggle. Thanks.
Oh no, I missed!
The fact that he just— oh, I can't get over that he just did the animation, didn't even say anything. Oh my god. Fucking flourish. If certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such.
But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood— oh wait, no. It could equally be
The blood.
of one of these two miscreants.
Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' I guess this is before DNA, or like, not before DNA, but like, you know, before more...
Yeah, before like DNA testing, blood testing, stuff like that.
Yeah. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples by...
Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character, anyway?
Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a Great Ace Attorney... a renowned detective. So, even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective.
A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Wait a minute, why is your face so, like, shoujo? Like,
What's up with
could it be?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that,
Nope.
Mr. Skulkin? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you?
Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Cool, blimey, governor! You what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind?
Never had a thought run through my mind in me life.
Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Me thoughts? I don't know. Why did I fucking call it? I knew it.
No
I
thoughts,
don't know,
head
none of-
empty.
It must have been him.
Oh, you what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again. That's all.
Oh my god, Nash. What wound?
When he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and, oh, hell's bells!
Mr. Graydon, did you hear that?
What?
Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. Oh, I love the Cunty pose. On account of your injured arm.
Silence. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations.
Take your shirt off! Wait, sorry.
Who was that gallery member?
It was L! Anyway, we know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts.
British silence.
Perhaps, you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in- yeah, real subtle, buddy.
Hey, yeah. British silence. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery?
My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony.
Very well, counsel. Dunk! Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. British silence. I will, and I will do it cuntily.
So alright, this is the last one, so we might as well just press it. The bottom line is, I never had anything to do
I've
with the
never-
pawnbroking establishment. Wait, is this
Man
the?
was cute.
So I think this was the one that. Was this the one that changed? Okay, we did that. We did that.
Did that one. Some Scaramouche detectives
Did
homebrew
this change?
picture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. I don't think it did it? I don't know. I was not paying attention enough
All
to
right.
like
Anyway, the bottom line is, we can just
thingies
press
there.
that.
Yeah.
Never had anything to do with him. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident.
Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection! Your study sucks. You were there to redeem an article.
Objection! Not all.
Is that right?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh,
I've got shit to say.
His voice is kind of sexy. Like, it's not like a Pierre. It's like, is that right?
Excuse me.
Gregson's kind of like, okay, what'd that neck do?
is that right?
Do you have something to add, Inspector?
I will continue with this voice I've given him.
That's fair.
'cause I
It's a
like
good
it.
voice.
Come again, sunshine?
You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon.
British silence. Well, yes. I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall.
And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article.
Well now,
Hmm?
I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly.
What? But you must!
I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't.
Whoa, what's going on?
Grixie showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed at Winterbanks.
Yes, of course.
Indeed. The gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say.
Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. It's 11.
Actually,
It's
it
not
was in
quite the
morning.
afternoon.
It's not quite.
It's not even noon.
It's not.
It ain't even high noon yet. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more.
British silence as I eat my chips.
This
Well,
makes
actually, I'm only eating the fish.
This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened?
Generating fish. Yum.
That's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it?
What do you think, Bruno?
I think he has no intention of. I mean, yeah. Honestly, the only evidence we have against him are like reactions from other people. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away.
At least someone here's smart.
Truly a villain worthy of the 5th trial of this game.
Real. Someone with basic competence.
The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better.
Well, at least I managed to pry a little bit of information from those witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers.
Yes, they were the key to it after all.
So he says he has nothing to do with Winterbanks. Well, we know that's not true.
Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record.
Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could be a valuable weapon. Alright.
Weapon.
Alright. Court record time. I'm not gonna accidentally press present this time. Don't tempt me. So technically the the blood connection, we can't present that.
No.
That's been established. I wonder if this has changed. Oh, this is different. It's really scorched badly here.
Yes, the strap is broken.
Not making a joke. Ripped apart by the bullet, obviously.
Let me see.
This is where the third bullet was lodged. Imagine what would have happened if it pierced the leather. Thank goodness.
I'd be dead.
Thank goodness Mr. Sholmes and his fucking pouch is alright.
My fucking scruffy pouch.
Alright.
The third bullet. Yup.
It's a bullet. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin brothers' gun on the night of the incident.
Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all.
Thanks to the thick leather of that fucking pouch he was wearing. I keep on forgetting that it's scruffy, so I keep resorting to just like saying fucking pouch.
Hurley's always lucky like that.
Well, considering what he had to go through in the hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was.
Oh dear, poor Hurley.
Alright. Blood?
So this is blood! Probably from someone's hip fingertip.
Well deduced, but not just somebody's fingertip, Mr. Benedict's fingertip.
The man dressed all in white?
Yes, it happened that afternoon in Winterbanks. Gina tried to snatch this disc out of the man's hands, and the sharp little bumps cut his thumb.
So the lesson is, if someone tries to grab a music box disc from you, let go quickly.
The lesson is, don't snatch things, Shirley?
Nah.
Oh, I can skip through this, okay. So, the fact that we had new dialogue for the blood, maybe we can present that? Because this is slight evidence that he was there, right?
Let's look through everything else.
Alright,
Just
alright. I feel like the front half won't be relevant.
Yeah,
This
except
is
for like the
Mr.
blood
Mason's.
sample portfolio.
And we can... Yeah, that's his, that's his. Yeah. And we already presented that last stream.
Yeah.
I really think it's probably... I can't think of anything else but the music box disc.
You think we can have a look at that, about like the Scaramouche detective and the tincture and that one?
Just check it
'Cause
one
I
more
don't
time?
think yeah, because I don't think that one... I don't remember pressing that one.
Don't
don't
forget,
remember
sir, that Mr. Herlock Sholmes is the most famous detective in the world.
Yeah, we didn't do this. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Well, oh no, I can't think of how to answer that. Damn it, Ryunosuke!
I know this man personally.
I know him too well to lie on his behalf. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies.
Quite. Now, as you are no doubt aware, the Central Communications Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already.
The fucking... the swing of the hairline. Okay. And I think maybe... Hold on. Okay, so the fourth one was in fact no.
Yeah.
Probably be taken as serious evidence.
No,
The pawnbroking establishment. I'm gonna try it. We have 5 rounds again. So...
We've done it.
God, give me strength.
Objection.
Music stopped! Yes!
Let's go!
Let's fucking go! Saying
Let's go!
as she beats like the level 1 puzzle in a game for babies. Let's fucking go!
Let's fucking go!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon?
British silence. Why? Is it supposed to mean something?
This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibanks' shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon?
Wasn't it? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life.
It may have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc.
Ah yes, resulting from the abrasion of the thumb. Perhaps?
That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations.
Huh, thumb wasn't orange for me.
So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch!
A scratch! Good gracious! Indeed it must!
Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with a smear of blood on this disc.
Huh. British silence. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you.
Good people say these things.
Yeah. What? What is the meaning of this?
So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant.
Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon. It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse.
What are you trying to say? Oh, I fucking...
It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset.
Sorry if it sounds like I'm interrupting you when you're speaking. It's just that while he's talking, he does the animations, and I can't help myself from saying, like, this fucking guy.
Yeah, no.
I hate
valid.
this.
I just like doing the line while he's doing the stupid fucking like peacock dance because I know that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
This man doing this whole fucking choreographed routine. He's just like, is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn?
What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now.
As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Well, brother, here's the thing. If the blood on the disc is yours, and the blood around the calendar is also yours, then you kind of backed yourself into a corner there, bud. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused at that filthy guttling on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, it didn't even matter. The disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Did I hear you correctly, sir?
McGilded.
You say? A famous London philanthropist?
Oh my god.
Oh shit. Who
I thought
perished
we were
in
gonna
this
have.
very courtroom?
Sorry to interrupt. I thought we were gonna have like a nice, like pleasant, like flashback of like his sprite, not the fire that killed him.
Him dying. Well, him quote unquote dying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still that's still a crack theory that I'm willing to believe. No body, no crime. We didn't see a body. He's not dead. I don't believe it.
Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being
Acquitted.
of a distinctly messy murder?
Yes, my lord.
Holy shit. Stop getting notifications. I'll kill you, Discord.
Yes, my lord. The one and the same.
Good lord! Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilden and yourself were...
Acquainted.
Honestly, you could say to the judge, like, they ran out of ham at the sandwich store today, and he'd be like, good lord!
Good gracious! There's no more ham! How will I make the perfect ham sandwich?
This changes everything!
Now I'll have to go with turkey! No!
Yes, that's correct.
Eldritch, I mean, you say old man Yowie, but there was that fan art of McGilded and Mr. Eggs right there. It wasn't sexy, but it's out there.
There's art. It exists.
Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon in Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. I'm glad I pronounced disc correctly there, by the way.
Proud of you.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
Time to press.
Time to press.
Everything.
Mm-hmm.
The disc. There's a note on the disc, but it belongs to me.
There's no, what evidence is there that belongs to you? Would you care to explain
Yeah.
how this belongs to you?
Yeah, brother, what?
As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary.
You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir.
So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. Which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question.
You claim that that was your overcoat?
Obviously, duh. And in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket.
And yet, there was a note on it that reads, for McGilded.
I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area.
So, the disc in question
Is a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it.
But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of an overcoat you were forced to pawn.
Yes, exactly.
Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury.
Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? I'm just a girl! I'm just a girl!
Let's leave it alone for the time being. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag?
That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent.
Miss Lestrade did no such thing.
Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender.
You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense?
I concur with the prosecution.
That's so mean.
Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear?
Yes, my lord.
Tisk. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Damn. You're like almost punished for pressing. That's like how hard this case is.
Yeah.
Hold it!
But we're not actually punished.
Yeah.
Nope.
Have you ever been to Windibanks before?
Only once, for the purpose of pouring something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments.
So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such as the art of the pick purse.
Oh, I just realized I can scroll up and down to do that. Oh, that's interesting. Huh.
Ooh, nice. Yeah. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place.
Ah, he can say whatever he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Oh, wow.
In the end, of course, it didn't even matter.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it?
That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
What you gotta say, boy? Is something wrong, Inspector?
Nope. What do you mean?
The last remark Mr. Gray did make in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way.
Nope, never been troubled in my life. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Leave me alone.
Leave me
Why am I
alone! Get out of my room!
Leave me alone! Get out of my room, Dad!
Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets?
Yes, exactly. You should know all about that.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to the public life. Yet he had a dark side too. He could be your angel or your devil.
Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks?
I went a little country there.
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? Eldritch says in chat, I like the detail that Ryunosuke sometimes says excuse me when he's pressing someone he respects. Was that the case? I thought it was always excuse me when he was pressing a witness. But he always objects to, like, the prosecution. But I'll pay more attention to that.
I cannot pay more attention to that. There is no audio for me. I cannot.
But
hear,
it also
unless
says
I want to hear.
It also says
myself.
excuse me on the little, like, font that shows up.
Yeah.
That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at
He said
liberty to talk
duty.
about. Shut the fuck up.
Sorry, sir.
Thank you. Anyway, that's all you need to know.
Duties. conferred by Lord Strong. Sir. You were saying?
Continue.
Ah, yes. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
His persona?
He's not Oz?
What's all this about?
well, what's all this then?
It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here.
Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord.
Damn, we're at the last one already. Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does say hold it when objecting like a lead. But when he sees someone reacting, I believe that's the excuse me. Perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items?
No, not at all.
Oh.
Oh.
A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc.
Have you not been listening, man? Have you not
My
been
dude?
listening, man? My dude? Bro, listen to me, dude.
Dude?
Anyway. Sorry, I do not know what came over me. Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night that as I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in.
So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true.
Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
Oh, I would love to see his like breakdown animation. I bet he's just like, whoa.
Whoa.
McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket.
There's no doubt about it that the witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day.
But Grexy is being very strange about all this.
There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. So, let me just check to see what changed. I proceeded to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, the disc was taken by the police. Did this change?
Go back one?
Sorry.
Let me see something. Oh, never mind.
Oh, no. Skibbity, skibbity. Oh, wait, skibbity. Oh, damn it.
Ah! Skibbity toilet.
This one?
Yeah, okay, that was just me trying to remember the order of things. I need to start paying attention to how many, like,
You need
things
to
are
lock
up
in,
there.
Rollfire. You're the brains of this duo.
I gotta lock in!
I'm the pretty
No,
face.
your brains, your brains too. You just pull the trigger a little too early sometimes.
No, that's fair. Alright. Let's see.
Yeah, let's take a look at the court record.
Let's look at the
'cause
pawnbroker's
obviously
tickets.
Yeah.
Article deposited. One gentleman's overcoat. Kitty cat.
Kitty.
It was blood, the stain, like we suspected.
That's right. Hurley's wonderful concoction soon proved that.
I don't suppose Gina couldn't have been wearing leather gloves that night, could she?
Ginny would never wear gloves. She's a pickpocket. She relies on being able to feel with her fingertips.
I could be wrong, but I think I'm being told off. So this is the ticket of the coat.
Yeah.
So...
I feel like that would be important, but I don't think it would, and I don't think it's important right now. At least let's look at the other stuff first to see.
Alright. So this is owned by the victim.
Ooh. On the 13th,
one small box. This is the Herlock Sholmes's box.
Yeah.
That's not entirely relevant. Gina's representation, the blood samples, the manuscripts, the Gilded case.
Notes. Deceased on the last scheduled omnibus of the day after a stab wound in the abdomen. Mason Milverton, brickmaker, East End of London. Defendant, Magnus McGilded, Baron von Zeeks, Ryunosuke. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th witness testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Nothing there.
That's not relevant.
That's not.
Autopsy report.
No
I don't think
report.
the specific crime scene is relevant. We're trying to establish a motive, not the cause.
Yeah. Banks, scam, scam.
The stereoscope is not useful. I know that for sure.
Yeah. No. The music box disc.
And the pouch.
Scruffy pouch and the 3rd bullet.
Can we? No, we
so
can't.
Obviously
examine
we
it.
need.
So we have to present something.
Yes, we need to present something that could have belonged to McGilded, which would give him a motive to be there. Proceeded once into the shop to explain my situation and redeem my article. Was taken. No reason to break into the shop later that same night.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think this is the contradiction because I legitimately can't think of why he would break into that shop if the disc was not there. So I don't think it's this.
Yeah. Stolen from me by the accused. That filthy gutter on the day in question. Pawnbroker's ticket, coat. Blood on it has been identified as Mr. Mason.
I can only think of the pawnbroker's ticket because that's like the most relevant.
Yeah.
Fuck it, we
that
both.
Does make sense. Yeah.
You know what?
Fuck it, we all.
Let's just examine it. Mr. Windibank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had on hand. It's hard to know what's front and what's reverse side now. Thanks, Ryunosuke, that was really helpful. Let's just try this.
Objection!
No, the music is no! Ryunosuke! Lock in! There's clearly something odd about that last statement made by the witness.
There's clearly something odd here indeed. Your behavior, counsel.
Oh, please, don't mind me.
That would be significantly easier if you would lower your hand.
You posted cringe, Ryunosuke. I won't lower my hand until I prove my client's innocence, as long as it's quite quick. Alright. Well, firstly, in case this is gonna go on for a bit, I'm gonna save.
In case it's like last stream.
I feel like it's more straightforward here, though. Okay, Eldritch says there must be some other reason he had. So I'm presuming, they're talking about the last one, to break into the shop. Maybe the story manuscripts?
Maybe.
That was honestly the only thing of note that was in there.
Yeah.
Objection.
Oh.
No!
Nope.
I like that we have different incorrect animations, though. Let's just consider
Time to load.
the implications of that statement for a moment, shall we?
No. Go back to your checkpoint. What implications, Council? Nothing strikes me about it.
Exactly. There's nothing striking about it.
What does strike me is your propensity for the inane, however.
I need to clear my head and come at this again from a different angle. Alright,
That's not a hint, it's my actual pondering. Oh.
That's not- oh, gotcha. Gotcha, Eldritch.
Yeah, okay. I guess we can look through everything again to see if we missed anything.
So we have...
I meant the testimony,
oh,
but
gotcha.
also this too.
Alright, testimony. The first one is him explaining that the note on the disc was gilded, but the item belongs to me. Which, honestly, he doesn't really have evidence of that. Like, I feel like this is the weakest argument in that, like, actually, that jacket and that disc was mine. But there's...
That might actually be something to keep in mind with the first evidence that we presented.
Oh, that scared me! Sorry, the raid sound is really loud. Hi, Ryan!
Oh shit, hello.
Hello, hello! Oh my god, you're blowing up the ocean! Ryan wants to be drawn kissing Cherry from Animal Crossing? Wow, well, your wish is my command. Anyway, hello, Ryan. Hello, Ryan's people. We are investigating this white man, and we are hobbling through classic Ace Attorney gameplay, which is deciding exactly which peg goes into which hole. Ooh, I'm a fish. Yeah, you are! You can change your fish avatar, Rain! You can change your fish avatar! Like, for example, I believe I'm a strawberry squid, Eldritch is an isopod, and Ryan is a shark. Yeah! We have fun around here.
And then where's my little guy?
Wolfrey is a clownfish!
There's my little guy. There's my little guy! I'm a clownfish!
Whoop-wee! Yeah.
It was my favorite orange fish, because I am the orange bitch.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yay.
So there's a note on the disc saying from the Gilded. Oh, what's that?
But yeah, as I was saying, before the Ryan Phantom raid happened, I feel like this might be important to think about, since, like, this is the most flimsy one that's essentially based on conjecture. That you could, not the disc necessarily, but the ticket.
I wonder what his name is doing. That's it?
Does have Mason's name on it, and it's for the coat.
The blood has been identified as Mason's, but otherwise, there's no identity. Oh, it does say it says Windabanks's redemption ticket. That's what the ticket says on the top.
Oh, Windabanks's redemption ticket. Yeah.
Maybe that's it. Let me cut.
Maybe.
But the
Let's
item belongs
look
to
through
me.
everything else just in case.
No, I'm going straight in.
Objection.
Shit.
Yep.
Don't
That's
mind
what I
me,
said.
chat. I am reloading.
That's why I said.
Well, I wanted to try it. How do I change
How do I
fish?
change?
I think it depends on whether you're on mobile or on desktop. But if you're on desktop and you just like put your mouse over the little window, you just see a little purple icon that says SA on it, which stands for Stream Avatar, and then you can click through a little catalog of different sea creatures.
Okay. You may have to expand your viewer, the player size, to see it.
It is very
because
small.
in mod view, I cannot see. I have to be full screen.
The disc was taken by the police.
By the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later the same reason. Where's the shop? use the filthy gutter lane.
I thought I had it because it clearly says. It says apparently it says up here it says Windibank. If we examine it, it says Windibank's his ticket.
Yeah, he's not saying that he didn't go to Windibank's at some point. He's saying that there was no reason for him to break in.
That's. Oh wait, sorry. For some reason in my head, I confused Windibank and the Gilded. Sorry, that's on me. That's on me. That's on me.
Ah,
That's
you're good.
if I was saying complete nonsense. That's why.
Ah. I guess if nothing is sticking out apparent, if nothing is apparent and sticking out to us immediately, I guess we
Also,
can
hi Nox.
repress
Sorry to interrupt, but
everything.
Ryan Phantom says
Hello.
Nox is in the room with you. Hi Nox.
Hello.
Hello Ryan friend. Anyway, you were saying?
Friend of Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think if nothing is jumping out at us immediately, we could always go through and repress everything and take a closer look at things.
Rain is a Nautilus. Good choice.
Yo!
Alright.
Where are they?
How does this belong to you? A communications officer, has a fine salary, shut the fuck up.
Fine, so exquisitely dressed.
I have little-
I have-
Wait,
Oh,
firstly, he says he has little need to make use of the services, but then later he says, oh yeah, I love the pawnbrokers, I go in there all the time. Fucking-
well, it's not. He has little need to make use of the services. Not that. I guess the services in this case of, like, pawning something away and not
that's
like
fair. That's
buying
fair.
something that the expiration date has like passed.
Yeah, like
there's,
the
like,
shop
two
portion rather than the pawning portion.
Yeah. I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question.
It was your overcoat? Obviously.
Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. A note on that reads from Mr. Foreman Gilded. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question is a pre-production sample. Promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it.
You
Then you
forgot it was
forgot
in
the
the pocket.
Yes, exactly.
The coat doesn't fit him, remember? Like, but then how do we present that? Eldridge?
So circular, threatened to keep strands of it too deeply. Yeah, the perjury.
So I think what that's implying is the whole the lie isn't the. Is it implying that we shouldn't be focusing on the coat lie because then we would be digging up Gina's perjury?
Yes.
So maybe it is the reason for being in the shop lie. I'm not giving hints. No, Eldridge, we need you to give hints. It's okay. You don't have to if you don't want to.
And absolutely no reason to break into the shop later the same night. Let's press this again.
Alright.
Not present.
Listen.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps you'd see something of value? Not at all.
No, not at all.
The valuer, without exception, was
without.
maybe we
Shells
present
was
the
common.
Herlock Sholmes thing here? Did I already do that, or...?
Yes, you did.
Oh.
Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police. Okay. It was no more in the shop than that. Okay. I did not get to read the rest of everything.
Oh, sorry. Right here.
I'm like looking deeply at this to try to see if there's anything that we've missed. Seized by the police. I was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. Nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after.
I wonder if that's
Murder
really true.
And there she says, if you have some evidence, let him have it.
Oh, you know what? Maybe I should read that.
Yeah, probably.
He threatened Gina. He slipped the disc into his coat. When he realized he was going to be arrested, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. The witness is lying. The police were after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody. But Gregsy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I don't know what it is. I mean, technically, Sholmes did take the original disc. Remember? Like the one with the blood on it?
Yeah.
So, was that it? Was that why the police is being so cagey? Because they have to admit that they took a fake? Wait, no, didn't take a fake. Sholmes did the...
Yeah, they didn't take a fake.
Did the fucking dessert
he did the
trick.
caramel thing. Stupid boy.
Yeah.
Let's look at the evidence real quick.
Rain asks, do you ever do different stream themes? How this one is an ocean theme? Honestly, it would be really fun if I had... You know, it would be nice to have, like, specific layouts. But I think I personally just vibe with an ocean theme because, I've always felt a lot of comfort and familiarity with not only, like, a nautical aesthetic, but specifically, like, screensaver aquarium aesthetic. This gift that you see on screen behind the little projector is from, like, a Windows, screensaver. So, it's a personal thing, but honestly, if I have more ideas for stream layouts, I would be down to diversify a little bit.
Look at the third page for Drax real quick. There it is. Acknowledged. Music box sticks used to play music in a mechanical music box. A smear of blood on it turned green when analyzed.
You're right, Rain. It would be cool if we had like an ocean theme and then like a lake theme and a river theme, but that would be a bit... I'm making use of the resources I got, which are like free and on the internet, so if you're able to find something. Can you look at the ticket, says Eldritch. Which ticket? I'm assuming they mean the coat?
Yeah, I assume the coat ticket. Since that's the one that's actually for this case.
Does it say something different? This is the second, the Wagahai. Oh my god. Ryunosuke, stop it with the fucking stereoscope shit!
Fuck!
Alright, let's read this again. Mr. Windebeck appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had on hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse of it now.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. Very helpful.
Yeah, it's... Thanks, buddy. I'm just gonna examine this real quick to see what he says.
The books.
Mr. Windebeck appears to have used the back of this photograph to write a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran... Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, he says the exact same thing.
It's the same damn thing.
Good job.
Huh.
The most obvious lie is that is that the redemption ticket, aka the code, aka the disc, was his.
Mm-hmm. So McGilded. The item belongs to me. Examine the box ticket again.
It's the same. Oh, sure.
Yeah.
So this one says deposited 13th of February, 9 p.m. And it's
13th of April at 9 p.m. And that was 2 days before this.
and this is the 15th of February.
15th of February at 10:30 p.m. And redemption deadline is the 15th. of
Examine the
April.
box ticket again. Ouch. No, the thing is, we examined the box ticket. It says the same thing when Ryunosuke like comments on it. But if you want to see the information, it's right here.
Small box, 10 shillings.
Is the stamp
Christ, does it
Windibanks or
matter?
Eggard's? I believe the stamp is Windibanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the little
Mm-hmm.
guys.
I don't think Eggard has a stamp. It's the same.
Mhm.
Wait, when was the date of the break-in? Date and time. Date? That should be in the picture.
Date of trial,
Oh, well.
17th of April, 10 a.m. And I'm assuming the crime took place on like the 16th? Or like, it was the 15th like at night or something?
Check the, wait, no.
The autopsy report?
Go back to the blood tip. Nope. Oh, well, actually, yeah, that works.
The so it
yeah,
was the
16th
15th of
of
April,
April.
like at the early morning of the 16th of April.
Yes. 16th of April.
Single bullet wounds.
The coroner was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Stevens. Oh, shit. Still being accused. I had no reason to be there.
Dog, give us strength. Dog. What was the box again? Eldridge is like you're here with us.
The box was
The 13th?
deposited on.
Hmm?
Yeah, the box was deposited on the 15th, not the 15th, the 13th of February, and was to be brought back on the 13th of April.
And the coat was the 15th.
It's the 15th of February, and meant to be redeemed on the 15th at 10:30 p.m. And I'm avoiding looking this up. I feel you, dude.
Oh, Eldridge. Oh, you're trying to solve this with us. Is okay. I get that.
Hell yeah.
We can't always use you as our hit machine. Do we know what the
Yeah.
box is? So the box was for the story manuscript. It was for this.
Mhm. The Hound of the Biscuits.
And I can we examine it? I'm sure we can. Let's just look at it. The Hound of the Baskervilles.
That's right. I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hurley's forbidden me to publish it.
No, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps it's a problem with the title? Perhaps Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has that name or something? I guess Baskerville is his surname.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, it doesn't have quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Naruhodos.
I'm fairly sure that Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone who has that name too, Iris.
Nope, you're not my friend. Man was saying he didn't have any reason to go back there, but I'm thinking the other ticket
other
is the
ticket.
reason he wanted to go back.
I did try to present the story manuscript.
Yeah. Presented the manuscript, but didn't present the ticket.
Sure, we can try that.
Objection.
The music stopped. You're fucking me. Oh, I had it. I presented the. I had it.
What?
I had it.
What? Wait,
I'm-
which ticket did you present? Did you present the box or the coat?
No. For this one, I presented this as proof of like, hey, this was there. But it was actually the ticket of the box for that I had to present, which I feel like is like, come on, man. Come on, man.
brother.
Brother.
This is
Like,
another instance.
I was
of the
basically
game being the
there.
game.
Chad,
It's the same fucking thing.
come on, man.
But it's whatever. All right, whatever. We got it.
I'm gonna take that as a win for me.
Yeah.
This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. Also, thank you, Eldritch, for helping us with that. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture again. In any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection.
Shut up.
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. Ooh!
Get
His ass! Get his ass!
Get his ass, Ryunosuke!
What? Mr. McGillen had another art. Wait. Are we for? Wait, was the box not Sholmes's? Am I stupid?
The box was Sholmes's.
Had another article to pawn at Winterbanks. As this.
Huh?
Wait.
It's the second pawnbroker's tale.
Wait, hold on,
I
sorry.
mean, I guess let's just roll with it and see what it says.
Okay, because maybe I forgot. Because I assumed that this. Okay.
Me too. Ugh.
Peanut butter baby. There were 2 articles belonging to McGilded in Winterbanks' pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into that shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the skull. Maybe. Well, whatever. Whatever.
Huh. This is the second ticket, is it?
Oh, you read that? Gotcha.
I think I did.
What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box.
A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box?
Oh, it was a trinket box. Am I... Did we just both, like, gaslight ourselves into thinking that this was the...
I think so, but like... Huh. Wait. A redemption ticket issued... Wait, let me read the box one.
Sorry.
A redemption ticket issued from the pawnbrokery owned by the victim, Mr. Winterbank, in the form of some handwritten notes on the back. Okay, no. Doesn't say anything about what the box was, I guess. 10 shillings. I don't know what money that is.
I don't
know how that compares to a pound, which was
You
the
know what?
ticket for
Actually, hold on.
the other thing.
It actually makes sense that this isn't the box for the Sholmes thing, because technically, why would we... Do we, like, find it at the scene or something?
I mean...
Do you remember? I don't remember.
we saw the box that the manuscript was in. It wasn't
Yes.
necessarily small, I guess, but that small is relative
Mm-hmm. It's like a big stack.
compared to like.
I wouldn't say
Yeah.
it was, like, in a trinket box. But
No,
let's see where
it
this
was in
goes.
like a chest. Yeah.
I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did.
This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft.
That's a good point.
Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. He doesn't really.
So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fella needed the small box that very night, did it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I
Damn,
understand
okay.
you have that goth cryptic aesthetic to you, but please, speak plainly.
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winterbanks' pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What?
Do you have the box? Good gracious!
Inspector, show the photographic prints to- More photographs! Hell yeah!
Please. Yes, sir!
What prints?
Give us more photos. These prints were taken from one of the detective's
security cameras.
Oh, so you can't trust the fucking detective's blood sample technology, but you can trust the cameras? Okay.
Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again!
As previously explained, using the plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited.
According to the information on this ticket, Miss McGilded's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on 13th of April, to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th of April.
I'm assuming that's the box. Like,
I
wait, no.
think
I think maybe this is the box? I can't tell.
That's
That's
Oh,
a music
fucking
box.
The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
And then, here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident.
Did this box move?
I don't know.
I have to look at it in, like, once it's in the court record, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare.
2 pictures.
2 pictures to
It
compare.
did move! I have the
Ooh,
eyes
it's
of an eagle.
moved. You fucker. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life.
So, you men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector?
Your men are stupid.
Yes, sir! We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both.
I mean, you're not wrong. That's true.
Yeah, it's the same number, it's not the same positioning.
In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ah! Damage.
Psychic damage.
I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen... Oh my god,
It's okay,
I
we
hate
know where
him!
we're going.
I hate him!
He just did the
I
fucking
hate the
victory
shimmy
wiggle.
he does.
No words, simply wiggle.
I might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Runo? I've been thinking about stereoscopes. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are
Exactly the same, yeah.
They're not. We already know. We're ahead of you, Iris.
Mm-hmm.
Dunk! So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know.
We don't.
Could there be something hidden?
Yes!
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 Point out a discrepancy.
Let's go.
I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy. What?
Let's go! You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak. We know. We got this.
Think.
Bink!
Take that! Take that.
Granted, these 2 prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them.
Almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas!
Classic.
What? Is that an Ace Attorney thing? I feel like
It
it
is! It is! I thought you were making an intentional Ace
Oh!
Attorney joke.
I was not.
It's I forget which case exactly it was, but Phoenix Wright says, almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. That is, yeah, classic.
Yay! I have more
You did
cultural
it!
diagnosis about this game.
Okay, so this confirms that, firstly, I was a dumbass when insisting that this was for Sholmes' thing. Clearly, I just forgot that this was just another McGilded ticket. But it's okay.
Huh. But I don't think there was a... I don't remember that being said that it was McGilded's. It might have been so long ago in this case. Because we've been doing this case for like a month.
I mean, it is like the first evidence we have. Oh my god. Let me wait. Unbelievable.
Oh yeah, he's the only one who doesn't look at it with cross eyes, so he doesn't look
Oh my god.
stupid. Yep. By Jove, you're right! How extraordinary!
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and returned it to its place on the shelves.
Yeah. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact...
Yes, the very same small box. I just identified in those photographic prints. Eldritch says it might have been picked up while you were looking around and you have no context. That's true. And like I said, it is like the very first evidence we have. So
yeah.
it must have been like way in the beginning of the investigation. So...
Oh yeah, definitely.
Objection!
Ooh, hands. Mindless
He's pissed.
guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but the first evidence is armband. Thanks, Eldritch. I forgot.
Important.
The first evidence is armband.
Armband.
You got me.
As you can see.
The box wasn't stolen, but it was moved. But it does change everything!
It does everything!
I believe this changes everything about the case.
Oh shit.
How can that possibly be? The crucial point is that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside the box. Great writing. What are you suggesting?
British silence.
I'm suggesting that we need to examine the box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can possibly be relevant to this trial.
Dunk! The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff! Arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
Damn, this game fucking loves that small box.
The small box. Give me that box. Oh shit.
They're having a diva off.
It's staring. Oh damn, all three of them. This game is so silly.
It is.
We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. Say that to my face.
This is nothing but a smoke screen. A Nipponi's specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My
Say
learned...
it with your chest.
Like... Let's make that a macro-aggression, shall we? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place.
Exactly.
It would be beyond absurd to break into a place with the purpose of stealing such commonplace property.
Eldred says,
He's
boy, I
like-
can't wait to learn why he's so racist. I mean, he's English, so most people in this game are racist.
Yeah.
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense.
You were literally talking about how he was doing, like, underhanded bullshit. But okay. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. Wait a minute.
Wait, didn't
Hold
he
on.
say that he pawned it?
Yeah, he said he pawned it. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely
Maybe he's talking about
ordinary.
himself.
We're talking about
This
McGilded.
upstanding
I
member of
thought
society
you pawned
and that upstanding member.
You fucker.
stupido.
You're dumb. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me.
You were gonna
Now-
show it
now-
to
now,
him. Why are
hold
you so two-faced?
Now, Ryunosuke, put it together, bud.
You know, that does make a rather lot of sense. It's not like it's a gold of June, is it? Now, goodness knows, Mr. McGill is rich enough. But you can't deposit cash in a
Fucking
pawnbroker, I'm so sure of that.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling.
It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument.
But
To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have.
well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that this disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
I like how you said proof.
Proof.
Well, Your Honor,
What's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence!
yes, of course. You and for some reason, for her, I decided to just go higher. You and I both know that.
I could tell.
Because you
I
couldn't
could not
hear it?
Yeah.
We know that they're vital pieces of... That's all Roll Wildfire heard.
Yeah, just
yeah. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is... Sorry, I'm just imagining Iris actually saying it like that, and Ryunosuke's like, what the fuck? We know the
Girl,
disc is
what?
significant, even if we don't know why.
she's speaking at the level of dog whistles. We cannot hear her.
But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But she had said that she was under threat. Wouldn't that be like a little bit?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
I feel like that would lessen the sentence.
Could it be that Van Zeeks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything?
This motherfucker's playing 4D chess.
But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Well, call me the truth. Sorry. Alright, the exact significance of things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Winterbank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case.
Big sigh.
What's the right thing to do here? Honestly?
Testify.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh? What proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGillard's small box. Oh, it wasn't highlighted that time. We're winning. I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say.
Meanwhile, Gina in her little, like, area, wherever the fuck she is, she's just like...
It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing? In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own.
Oh, he fucking knows. He's aware.
I have.
Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark?
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself.
Judicial silence. Very well, if you have no objection. Dunk! So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
Bye, Beatles!
There are 4 of them.
I know.
And I shall bid you good day.
Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. Bro,
as you wish.
I know he mad. I know he's shaking in his boots.
He big man.
Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please put your faith in me here. Good luck, Ryuno. I get to do the voice!
Yay!
Yay!
Yippee! Maybe it's just because they're both white and blonde and have the same, like, color of blonde hair, but they do look related.
The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibanks' pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
I like how you said, yes. Yes.
Yes.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more.
With
A
the
twist of
addition
fate,
that
perhaps.
fuck up.
My Nipponese friends. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an Are you clapping because we probably also forgot?
Yeah.
Thanks,
It'll be
Ryunosuke.
nice to have a refresher.
It's for us as well.
Thank you.
An old brickmaker
Yes.
was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. Was that really the answer? It sounds kind of silly now that I say it.
Yeah, that was the answer, because there was a blood
Oh yeah, there was
splatter,
blood
like,
up there, but there was it was
on the
weird looking
ground
blood.
and up there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers.
Also, I just realized in that picture, Mason doesn't have the knife sticking out of him at that point, even though he was already dead at that point. Huh. Yeah, you can't go back and see the picture, which sucks. But
Immediately after the trial,
that's
having
weird.
been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances.
Quote unquote died. I don't believe it.
A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Oh, I thought he was saying the omnibus murdered itself.
Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, then the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Runo now! Iris? We're on your side!
Yeah.
Alright then, I'll talk.
Character development.
It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it.
I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here.
Oh,
We know,
poor
Judge.
Judge.
You don't know what's happening at any moment. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it then. Everything is going to come out. Like Van Zeek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I've prepared to take that risk.
Hell yeah.
Gina.
The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run on the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I've seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous! What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance I may have abdicated an error of McGilded's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived the court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom to... Dude, I know Van Zeeks was like... I was right. I was right.
I was correct. I fucking knew
like,
it.
he feels like how I feel when I'm right, but there's like a slight, you know, like, ooh, maybe not. The actions of the accused in that trial of this witness and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. Why is Gregson still there?
He's on.
Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in on it together.
You're wrong, the lawyer. Mr. Naruodo, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug! Okay, Ebenezer Scrooge.
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop. Stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error in judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequence are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend.
Oh,
He
character
said-
development.
he said you
Not
and-
calling him Nippon.
I mean, that's true, but he was still like, you in school. You didn't even
Yeah.
graduate, bro.
Eh.
Given the depths of calamity...
Slightly better
That's
than
true.
racism.
You have just plunged yourself into. This may well be worth hearing.
Dunk. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable.
Shiori Ayumi, hello! I forget what animal you are, but it looks like a little blue squid. It's lovely to see you.
Blue squid. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruto.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Whew, okay.
Why is your back turned? What are you doing, you
Why
freak?
is your waist so snatched? Okay, alright, let's press.
Time to press.
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? I just got home from work. Listen, you work on a Sunday,
A
you got
working
home at, I don't
person.
know what like time zone you're in, but regardless, like, get some good rest, Shiori. Working on a Sunday, you're hustling. If I remember correctly.
God's strongest soldier right there.
Exactly. In the storage compartment underneath one of the seats? Wait, I need to see what he looks like.
Yeah, hold on. What are you doing? Can't
What?
see no
Huh?
What are you two whispering about?
What are these
you
bitches
two
talking about?
whispering about? What are you two whispering about?
The
Hey,
girlies are
hey,
conniving!
Hey!
Sorry, Gina, it's
What
just...
the fuck are you two doing?
Anyway. Yeah, that's right.
Anyway.
It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claim Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not?
Oh, sorry. I thought that F was an I.
I...
False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they just got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away. I can't believe, like, firstly, I love the detail that the sprites have changed because we haven't seen that until now. Of having a special, like, interaction in the back. But,
Yeah.
Hold it!
yeah. I actually think that's really
Hold
cool.
Yeah.
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It's right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And there he sat on the cove with a knife up in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about me being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed? Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. Sorry, I was thinking of a joke. I think it was Kendrick or something. Anyway, that's my joke.
Gotta lose yourself in the music. That's not Kendrick, but
It is a rap.
it was the first rap I thought of. Oh, I'm a fool. Why didn't I think of NF's The Search first?
Bitch, please! I'm on the way. First we gonna. I mean, is that a rap technically? It's like a verse, I guess. I'm
I think
cultured.
so.
There were two
Probably.
gentlemen occupying
I
this.
also don't know what you're talking about.
It's a X gonna give it to you, I can't give it to you. X gonna give it
Oh! That's the only part of the song that I know.
to you.
I know that we're gonna rock.
We're gonna roll. We're gonna let it go.
It's got a nice cadence to it. I
Yeah,
like
it does. Boom, 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 boom. No. I only thought that it's rap because he's kind of like
yeah.
talking through it. He's not exactly singing. But
Mhm.
there were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. Bring him back. Bring him back.
Bring me back.
That's
Bring 'em
rock. Yes,
It's
the boys.
Yeah.
They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed a cove with the knife in his guts. Why is the camera just... Okay, the camera was just continuing to go, so I thought the camera would just keep
Yeah, like,
going
wait
to
a
the
second.
right until, like, no one was on screen. So I was like, that's an
Like,
interesting
goodbye.
design decision. When they screamed,
No one's
the
here.
driver pulled up on horses and McGilded got me out of sight. Show the driver. Damn it.
No, my boy, Beppo, out of sight. Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came and all, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slopes. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left Mr. McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial. I
Show
believe.
him! Yeah! Beppo moment! Beppo
A
moment!
fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
I love that we see we get him mentioned by name because he's the GOAT.
He's so cool. I love Beppo.
What did Mr. McGilded and the driver say to each other? I know what happened and stuff like that, mainly.
These two bitches gossiping over there.
Hold it!
We're almost done with our presses. That
Yeah.
pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial,
Bring it back in!
as well?
Bring it back in!
Bring
Bring
it
back Beppo!
Beppo!
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it all careful-like before I handed it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc was worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Hi, Dove! Hello, hello. Then the
Dev
book
moment.
trotter called to me, told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch.
Hold it!
I fucking hate. I can see the back of those two gossiping bitches.
Yeah.
It's
What
like
are
so
you
funny.
doing?
I love the detail, but it's so like the audacity.
Yeah.
Threatened
Like,
you
what are you
how
doing?
exactly? What's the T on this case? Okay, so this is actually connected to the second case of this game, the very first case we took on in England. So the lore is that we were defending someone in the first case who was like a millionaire, who was seen in the cabin of a carriage with a stabbed victim next to him, and so we were supposed to defend him, and so we were able to, using this girl's account, basically give him a not guilty verdict by saying, oh, there's a little possibility that it could have been done by someone else. But it turns out that this girl was being threatened by that man, and what he did following the case, that case one, is related to what the items and the evidence in this case. So we're going over that and seeing how important those items actually are. Threatened you? How exactly?
And actually, you said it was for the second case of this game, but actually it was for the third case.
Oh my god,
of this game.
I forgot about the boat. I forgot about the boat case.
You forgot about when Kazuma quote unquote died.
I forgot
How
because
dare you.
the reason he died because he tripped over a fucking cat, okay? Maybe I don't want to remember that case. Bring back my man Kazuma, he didn't have to go out like that. Told me
Don't
I'd only
worry.
be able to
One
scop
day,
her
I will return.
if I scop him. I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Oh, actually Sang was right because the boat didn't count as a case. There was no trial. Boom! Let's fucking go! Let's go! I feel so vindicated. Nothing against you, I just love being right.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I was popping off when I realized that the inconsistency in the 2 prints that we already have. I was like, wait a minute! Wait a damn minute!
And spoiler alert, no victim either. Jeez, I wonder, Eldritch, technically you shouldn't spoil that for us. Because we mentioned it, like we alluded to it before. But you telling us that is like kind of hard confirmation that a certain someone who tripped over a certain cat is in fact not dead. But anyway. He told me I have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said that
Well,
if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in log, to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
With that cunty little hand
I
on
love that.
Kazuma's.
Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It couldn't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runo.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press on every statement.
I literally just... Wait,
We
first,
already did that.
firstly, Iris, thanks for telling us how to play the game, and secondly, we just did that. I
Yeah.
suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
Yes, that
you two
is
bitches gossiping about.
strange. It looked like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it.
Call them out. Well, we've already.
We pressed everything. And
Yeah,
we
already
know that what
pressed
she is
everything.
saying is basically the truth. So we're not exactly presenting
So
a contradiction.
So it's just trying to get them, the 2 gossiping assholes over there.
I'm gonna try
so we can
something.
do something about
I'm just gonna just regular press.
them. Mhm.
And then... Oh, no, damn it! I skipped past it.
Oh, you fool.
Okay. Oh, I can just pursue this.
Oh,
Excuse me.
nice. Hey, what y'all doing?
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Share it with the class, please. That's actually really interesting to actually have to pursue something that doesn't have the little exclamation point. This game is like,
Yeah.
sometimes it's frustrating, but it really does kind of build upon like implied gameplay.
Yeah.
Inspector Mr. Graydon! Damn,
Oh,
look at all those exclamation
whoa.
points.
Wah! Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack?
You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this?
And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of the disc that was rightfully mine. Okay,
Were you
enemies
guys
to
like
lovers.
making out or
Small
something? What the
town.
hell? But they've clearly been
Their
talking
faces weren't that close.
the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. That I kind of love it when Van Zeeks is on our side, and Van Zeeks has proven that he's not like he's not like lawful and that he will side inherently with the law or the police. He is like determined to find the truth, and I like that about him. So he does help us on time to time. So if there is collusion, then you know.
Okay, hi, sorry, had a quick mother moment.
Mother moment.
What up? Mother moment! Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
Wow, the first was that a cross-examination technically? It was the first cross-examination where technically the conclusion was just thank you for saying that. Anyway, moving on.
Like, thank you for telling us. Anyway.
It would appear on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Saying, Wildfire, do you- Oh, Dev called you Fire. Ooh, that's a cool nickname for you. Do you both by any chance have advice on easing anxiety when waiting for a job callback? Ooh, my fellow unemployed friend, I fucking feel you!
Yeah.
I think my personal advice when waiting for a job callback is to be proactive, and that's not necessarily like for example, if you had a one-on-one interview with them, make sure to send an email saying like, hey, thanks for having that interview with me. It was good to talk to you. I look forward to hearing back from you. Like, regular formal stuff, but also be proactive, as in like keep searching. And I need to take this advice myself, by the way. I'm also talking to myself, because it's very easy to be in the midst of a job, like one particular job process, and become complacent and be like, well, maybe if I can rest now, because if I just wait enough, it'll be like, I understand that temptation to just kind of wait it out is very strong, but I think it would be for the best to treat that job callback as like a safety net, but keep going with the active job searching, because you're still, looking for more solid stuff. Anything you gotta say?
Because, I mean, not necessarily, because I don't really get anxiety about job callbacks, because I've just done this so many times and I've just been completely ghosted so many times on so many callbacks. So I just kind of go at it assuming that I'm not going to hear an answer, and then I just keep looking anyway.
Honestly, that's good advice as well.
Not... Yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
yippee. My doomerism has become good advice.
I mean, yeah, there is something about pursuing things realistically and going in with the assumption of failure, because it allows you to overcome them and move on quicker and adapt.
Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely think
If
that's also good
assume
advice.
that things aren't gonna go I will say it's not necessarily a good thing to do like all the time for everything, but for me it's like if I go into this assuming that nothing is going to come of it, then I will not be as disappointed
Exactly.
if something inevitably does not come from it. I'll still be a little disappointed because there's always like that little glimmer of hope that's like, oh, maybe they will actually like do a callback with me this time, and then and then when they don't, I am disappointed but not exactly surprised.
And I think that advice is also good for someone like me who does get that anxiety, because I don't get the anxiety of being rejected. I get the anxiety of moving on, but then being interviewed and basically fumbling. And so a lot of my initial job searching anxiety was like, oh, I'm not good enough for that, or like, oh, what if they... And so me getting over that was essentially like, who cares if they reject me? It's a numbers game, just keep going, you know? So you have to sort of, you do have to adapt kind of it's not a defeatist attitude, it's more of just like, listen, the odds are stacked against you, and you have to just kind of accept that and just be proactive.
Yeah. It also does not help that I am who I am, both like in personality and in physicality. Because physically, black non-binary person who probably has autism and ADHD, that's already not in my favor with most hiring people, because they're like, we want able-bodied and able-minded cis white men to do things because they're the only people who can actually do the job right.
This might be personal, you don't have to answer it, but on job applications it always asks like, are you a veteran, like your gender, your race, and like if you have a disability or not. Do you put in yes, I have a disability? Because it puts like anxiety and ADHD on there.
I do. I like truly the best thing that you should do is lie on those, honestly, which sucks. And as me with autism, well, I haven't been officially diagnosed, but like I'm like 99% certain that I have autism. And honestly, even if I had the resources to get diagnosed right now, I don't think I would want to, because with an official
that, like,
autism
put you in a
diagnosis,
system or some shit?
Yes. With an official autism diagnosis comes a plethora of things that, yes, you will get a better chance at being accommodated for autism if you are, I totally forgot where I was going with that train of thought. But yeah, you will likely get the accommodations for autism if you have an official diagnosis. That's what I was saying. However, there's also the fact that once you have an official autism diagnosis, I don't know if it's in every place, like in the world. I don't know if it's even in every place in the United States. But with an official autism diagnosis, you are immediately put on do not resuscitate. And I don't like that. I do not believe that me being mentally disabled is something that should put me on a DNR list. I don't like that.
Eldritch saying that's not what I thought you'd say. I actually thought this was a relatively common knowledge.
I've talked about this a lot with an autism diagnosis. Yeah, and even then, like what Rain is saying, there's not many accommodations you can get either. Technically, you should be able to get a lot more accommodations with your autism diagnosis, but unfortunately, we live in a world that is so deeply ableist that people believe, yeah, it also does make getting a job harder because, like I'm saying, like this world is so deeply ableist, this country is so deeply ableist that people believe like, oh, well, if you get that accommodation, then everyone's gonna want to get that accommodation. Everyone's gonna start saying they're autistic, and it's like, okay, like, maybe, yeah, but would you rather sacrifice the needs of people who are literally disabled for people who may try to jump onto that and try to get that accommodation, which is honestly something that they wouldn't even need because their brain can work in the ways that autistic brains cannot, and so they likely wouldn't need those resources. They likely wouldn't even need those resources because they do not have the same like disability of the brain that autistic people have.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, like I've seen people
that whole attitude,
self-diagnosis.
yeah, that whole attitude reminds me of the general response to people who take privilege for granted and say, like, you know, when they talk about like racial minorities or sexual minorities, they're like, oh, you're giving them an unfair advantage or something, but in reality, like, these people naturally are disadvantaged, and by giving them even a slight chance at equality, other people assume that their privilege, like, overall going down more to equal is them getting their rights taken away.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Someone thinking they might have autism because of whatever the fuck, and people who actually research and spend months or even years finding out and realizing they absolutely have this. Yeah, like, I'm the second half of that. I'm the latter half of that. I've been, like, I mean, literally, I think it was, 2 years ago, I took, oh shit, I forgot the name of the website, but it's like an autism diagnosis website that's not, like, official, but it's pretty official to where, like, hey, if you get a high score on this, you should
when you said it's not
be a doctor.
When you said it's not official, in my head I was like, oh, so it's fan-made?
The fan-made autism.
It wasn't released by official autism canon, but the autism fandom has co-opted it.
It wasn't released by Big Autism. Let me see if I can actually parse the name of it. The RADS-R test, yes. But yeah, I took the RADS-R test, I took, like, the CAT-Q test, I took a lot of official, quote-unquote, official tests about autism, and, like, masking autistic traits, and distinguishing your autistic traits from traits that might be from different mental disabilities or just from like a neurotypical mind. I've taken a lot of tests and I have done a lot of research, and that's why I say I'm 99% certain that I have autism and ADHD.
And like even if like the slim possibility of like whatever, you're still making it very clear that this is still something that, like, you're not saying that like I am 100% sure, believe me, trust me. You're being very honest about how you've come to that conclusion, and that there is technically some room for doubt, but you've just, you know, that's your conclusion to make. Yeah.
Rain's time. I can't get a diagnosis because I haven't had the money or time it takes, and even then, like you said, I don't know if it's worth it to. Exactly. Like, I know how to accommodate for myself because of the research I've done and what I've learned. What's the government gonna do for me that I can't, especially the US? Exactly, Rain. Exactly.
And we're not anti-diagnosis either. Ultimately, whatever is best for you, especially when it comes to autism or like anything that requires a diagnosis, whatever you feel is best for you is going to depend on the person. But I feel that Roll Wildfires is both their personal conclusion and research about themselves, and also their own reasons for why they don't want that like on their record are perfectly valid.
Yeah, like, it doesn't matter whether I get diagnosed or not. Like you were saying a little bit earlier in this conversation, it doesn't matter whether I get diagnosed or not, or if I have autism or not. I still struggle with things that have to do with the ADHD diagnosis, with the autism diagnosis. I still have executive dysfunction like a motherfucker. I have a few, like, animations that I'm supposed to do, and I haven't started any of them.
Damn,
but
you got animations?
I do.
Okay.
But in my defense, there's currently no actual deadline. There's just goals, and, like, that's is not good enough for my dumb little ADHD mind, and who's currently in the middle of a hyperfixation and special interest right now, colliding in a perfect storm that is like the Undertale Yellow, Deltarune fandom right now. Like, I'm more focused on doing stuff for that than I am for doing an animation that doesn't even have like a strict deadline, like get this done by this day. Like, I can't give myself deadlines. I need someone else to give me deadlines. And
Dude,
if someone doesn't give me a deadline, it's not gonna happen.
That.
It's not gonna happen.
I feel that.
I feel like the things that have helped me most with autism is learning about the traits and shit and realizing I've been pushing limits I shouldn't and started taking care of myself better. I do have a bit of an issue with like accommodating for myself, because there is also that like 0.1% of me where it's like, maybe I don't have autism. And then
maybe
I have to
I'm,
keep reminding myself.
Yeah.
Like,
the unfortunate consequence of self-diagnosis is the fact that you ultimately have yourself as your only source, so that it can come with that same self-doubt of like, maybe I'm calling my problems this because I'm blaming it on like this thing I can't control and not like my own decisions, which are like my flaws. It's very easy to fall into that very negative like cycle.
yeah,
I do it all the time. Woo!
Real. I've seen you do it.
No,
on stream,
shut
and I'm like,
up! I'm
brother.
infallible. Shut up.
No. Ooh, Shiori. I have an ADHD diagnosis, but some
Let's
of my
go
symptoms
ADHD and
overlap
autism
autism
people in
symptoms.
chat. Let's fucking go.
Yeah. So I've been questioning the possibility of having both or being misdiagnosed with ADHD, but it's something I'm still figuring out. I will say that is a very interesting point that you have brought up, Shiori, because autism and ADHD, like, they have a lot of symptoms that overlap, and it is much more common to be diagnosed with both than it is to be diagnosed with just one of them. But it is possible to be diagnosed with just one, so I'm not saying that you've necessarily been misdiagnosed, but I do believe that you should do more research and like learn more if that's what you want to do, or if you're content with just having the ADHD diagnosis. Yeah, that was yeah. Rain's saying the exact same thing I'm saying, because actually, yeah, literally, when I first started to realize that there was something going on in my brain, I was like, it's probably ADHD. And I was like, yeah, I probably have ADHD. And then I started learning more about autism, and I was like, interesting.
I just feel bad for people who, like, personally, when it comes to ADHD, I sort of reckon with that at a much later age, but I do feel sympathy for people who kind of concluded that whatever they had was ADHD when they were younger, and then as they got older, they were like, do I have advanced ADHD? Like, is my ADHD just, like, that bad that I'm seeing these things that, like, are relatively uncommon for, you know, so. But yeah, like Real Wildfire said, there's definitely overlap, and, you know, it's your journey.
It's definitely a lot harder once you know that you have ADHD and then you try to look into autism, because there are a lot of overlapping things. So it's just finding, like, the Venn diagram for autism and ADHD is basically a circle. But you gotta find, like, that little sliver on the outside that makes it just slightly an oval, to where it's like, okay, this is the autism thing, this is the ADHD thing.
Like, can you think of anything that is, like, I'm not the ADHD or autism expert, but I think one example of something that is more on the autism side than on the ADHD side is texture sensitivity. Like, I believe that's a more autism thing than an ADHD thing.
I think so. Yes. Yeah. I had to remember about autism and ADHD real quick. I was like, wait. But yeah, ADHD traits are mostly things that, I mean, I'm going to say this, and let me cook.
Let him cook.
Let me cook. Let me cook. I promise I'm saying something correct. ADHD traits are usually things that happen more internally, like the executive dysfunction, like the hyperfixations,
like
and
oh
stuff
yeah.
like that.
Sorry to interrupt. Isn't autism is a developmental disorder and ADHD is a mental? Sorry, I believe there are different terms for it. Hold on.
Yeah,
Let
there's
me, like,
slightly different
specifically
terms.
look
I
that
don't
up.
remember. I haven't done a lot of research about autism lately because I've been too busy being in my UTY Deltarune
Okay.
Undertale hyperfixation.
ADHD is a mental disability, and I believe autism is a developmental disorder. Yes. So they aren't,
Mhm.
they're all technically classified differently. And what you're saying is
Yeah.
correct, in that it makes sense that because ADHD is literally like mental, it would be more internal.
Yeah, like they're like technically autism and ADHD are both mental things.
Yeah.
But like more of and like both of them are mental and physical because you can get physical things from having ADHD. Like you're so deep into a hyperfixation that you forget to eat, that you forget to drink, that you forget to go to the bathroom, that you forget to sleep, that you forget to like do self-care, stuff like that. But that's less of a symptom and more of the cause,
A reaction, you could say. Like,
yeah,
it's a cause and effect.
Yes.
As opposed to autism, which can be more of a, like, literally you can just, like, you're reacting to things differently.
Yeah, it's like, you have the hyperfixation because you have ADHD, and because of that hyperfixation, you may do X, Y, and Z. But for autism, you have the texture sensitivity because you have autism, not because you have something, not because of another symptom of autism, and the texture sensitivity is the result of that symptom.
You could argue that, like, autism is, like, more so input, and ADHD is more so output. Like,
yeah, that's actually pretty good. Half of me learning I had autism was me being mad that I got yelled at for experiencing other things others didn't experience.
I'm sorry to
like,
hear
with
that,
autism,
Rain.
you have more
Jesus.
Yeah. Neurotypical people say to ignore stuff that annoys you, and they say that, but they literally can just ignore things. With autism, you can't. Yeah, exactly. Like, I cannot tell you how many times I have cut out the tags in my shirts because they annoy me. Like, I hate this feeling! Maybe I can forget about it for, like, a little bit of time, because I'm too busy, like, focusing on other things, but eventually it'll come back, and I'll be like, I need this gone! I have been so happy with the advent of, like, print-on tags. They're just printed on the back of the shirts.
Like the ones you see in the back of the shirts? Yeah.
Yes! That's my favorite invention! I love whoever did that. I want to kiss you on the mouth!
You know what? I never thought of it that way. You're right. Print on tags, my beloved.
Tagless shirts have helped me so much. Print on tags, I love it. Yeah! The gang, the autism gang is here. We're like, yes! Shirt tags!
Also, I am so, like, laundry illiterate that I can't even, like, use the tags on most things anyway.
Oh, real. I just throw everything in, like, a casual wash. I don't even separate colors anymore. I just throw a color catcher in there. I'm like, fuck it.
Yeah, literally all I do is that
happens.
if it's something fancy, like, I don't know, like a sweater that is very clearly a sensitive texture, I will think about it and probably, like, separately do it. But for most things, it's just going in the same.
Real.
Wow, interesting discussion we came from Dev's employment question. We ended up talking about the fucking intricate perils of having a disability.
Yeah. Oh yeah, truly, that's just how we got here. We got here from
literally. I legitimately have to make a Sangled, like, like a bingo card where it's like, Sang fucking talks about gender, Sang talks about some autism or some shit, Sang talks about something to do with religion, Sang brings up her parents for some fucking reason,
Sang thirsts after a breasting boobily man.
Sang wants to milk a man,
In this world, it's milk or be milked.
It is milk or be milked. And I got 2
Maybe I'll
hands.
make a single.
Sorry. Sing accuses Eldritch of gilf infatuation. We wouldn't need to put that on the bingo board because that's just cause and effect. That's
Yeah.
I believe you are inducing the effect in that particular case. Everyone get your
I
bingo
will say
board.
sometimes. I will say sometimes we do beat him to the punch. We see like an old man on the game, and we're like, Drax, hey yo.
Mhm. Oh, actually, listen. Sorry to interrupt this. They're actually so the reason why I haven't created a Sangled disc bingo board. I keep saying disco. I've been playing Disco Elysium. A bingo card yet is because obviously everyone's bingo card has to be different in different places. But I just looked up create bingo card, and there are in fact generators.
Oh, shit.
So I'm just gonna be
Hell
like,
yeah.
I'm just gonna put this in real quick. Sangled bingo.
Hell yeah. Also, this whole autism thing, we've been talking, like, for the past 5 minutes, I've had to pee, so I'm gonna go.
Oh yeah,
real quick.
do that. Do your pee, and in the meantime, I will be working on this. I can't believe Rural Wildfire sacrificed their entire bladder just to entertain us with this conversation. They're so brave. Anyway. Dev asks a casual question and it turns into a different subject ramble. That's how I found out about the fact that autism has it where your body doesn't regulate its temperature really well. I didn't know that, actually. Also, let me, because Eldritch recommended a song, let me turn off the music real quick and play that song. It's kind of hot and then suddenly I'm just dying. Oh, wow. See, that's what I mean when autism is a developmental disorder. I feel like it has it has a more physical, like, output in your senses rather than ADHD, which is pretty. I'm not saying that ADHD is all mental, but it's like a lot of it's up there. All right, what the hell is this? What is this, Eldritch? I mean, I guess this kind of goes. Anyway. Does anyone else have any suggestions about things to put on my Sangled bingo card? I'm looking at this bingo right now and I'm like, what's wrong with me? Oh yeah, hi. So I'm playing a song that Eldritch has actually, hold on. Can you speak real quick?
Hello?
Okay, so chat can technically hear you, but I'm at okay, so what sorry, I'll have to play this some other time, Eldritch, because if I play this on top of Wildfire, the volume will have it, so it's not calibrated properly. But regardless,
I'll just scream.
Ah!
Ah!
It's okay. I think they heard you this time.
Yippee!
Anyway, this is what
Autism.
this is what I'm
They're pretty good.
yeah. Oh, any suggestions from either World Wildfire or chat?
Freddy's Destruction. Bible reference.
Saying oh yeah, saying
stream
messing
overlay.
with stream overlay. Oh, that's too accurate. That's. Oh.
Or hearing or seeing sensory issues or so on.
We need at least 2 more.
What is
The
common...
Twitter tea.
Like,
Oh my god,
talks
it's
about
honestly
color.
like. I kind of hate
Talks
it,
about colors.
but sometimes I'd be like, do you guys know that post where it's like, ugh. Would something about gender count as talking about gay things? I feel like I talk about gender more than sexuality, legitimately.
Talk about something about marginalized identities.
I was trying to split that up in particular when it comes to the gender, the autism, family trauma, and all that.
Goes on a rant about color. I feel like that's a common thing that happens.
Color symbolism rant. Alright.
Color symbolism.
Alright. I'm just gonna copy that and make sure I don't lose it. Next step. 30 cards? Oh, whatever. I'm just gonna save this for later, just so I have this, on me. And then once this stream is done, I'll make sure to link to some nice bingo boards that people can play. And if you show it to me during or after the stream and you have a bingo, I don't know, I'll fucking give you a prize or some shit.
That's it. You get 1 star.
You get like a sketch request, but like a more doodly one.
Yeah,
like
a
an
doodle
MS Paint
request.
one. Alright.
Some kind of scrump looking thing.
Some scrump looking creature.
Anyway, after our 30-minute derail.
Will you mail me a penny if I get a bingo? So technically, I believe when it comes to the paper envelopes, you can't mail anything that is too 3D, because when it comes to, I've mailed stickers in paper envelopes, the ones you can just use stamps for, but if it's anything too heavy or too thick, it won't count. So a drawing of a penny. You know what? Sure. I will mail you a drawing of a penny if you get a bingo. If you fill out the whole bingo board, fuck it. We can, fuck it. I'll do something. I'll do something that both incentivizes you to keep track and also doesn't disincentivize me from being my true self and doing everything that's on the bingo board. Forgot we were playing Ace Attorney. That's how it is. That's how it is. Welcome to the game. Alright. Let's look at the court record. Actually, I totally forgot what was the follow-up to this.
Right now we're in the middle of
Okay, so Gina's thing was over. So we were right after that. Alright.
Oh yeah, we called out the 2 motherfuckers who were having their little gossip moment.
They were gossiping and saying we weren't talking about anything, and then the judge was like, anyway, thanks for talking. But yeah,
okay, cool.
Saying, can you not hear it? What do you mean? Can I not hear it? Hear what?
Hello? Am I still a robot?
Wildfire is a robot. Please talk again. Are they a robot?
I mean,
oh wait.
Come back.
Oh, is it because? It's because I turned on the headphones audio for the music, and then I forgot to turn it back off, so you were echoing probably.
Oopsies.
But you should be good
came
now.
back just in case.
Yeah.
So now we'll never know what it was.
Alright.
Yay!
Hooray! Thanks, chat, for telling me. And also, I genuinely do appreciate when chat both engages in our discussions and also feels comfortable enough to share their own personal observations and notes about it. And feel free to just talk amongst yourselves while we're playing. I fully encourage people just to say whatever and stream, even if it has nothing to do with the game, as long as you're comfortable and you're enjoying yourself, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a good talk we had. Very good informative talk.
Yeah.
It would appear that on that night, 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus, a negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not. I already forgot the end of the sentence. Like I was so confident that I would just like fill in the blank, but my mom was like, "How the end
I
again?"
will remember.
Matters did not run smoothly. I love like acting in musical theater, but my forgetful ass would not be able to memorize the lines. I don't know if I've ever said this on stream, but I had nightmares repeatedly, like all throughout school, in which I was in a play, but I was not given ample time to prepare. And so I would be on the stage, and I'd be like desperately searching for like a playbook for the lines, and oh my god.
I'm not gonna lie, I've had that exact same nightmare before. Or like a very similar one, but like I can memorize lines. I've done many plays and musicals before.
The talent.
Yeah. I'm like a... How many threats am I? Wait, hold on. I'm an artist.
Okay, now you're flexing.
I can play the drums. Yes. Sometimes I need to stroke my own ego, because God knows I self-deprecate a lot. I can do art, I can...
Also, while you're doing that, Rain is saying,
side.
I'm like an open scab, I'm not good at keeping things in. I feel that. Like, that's the whole, like, my thing. That's my thing, is that I'm simultaneously, like, cautious about what I say and do on stream, and I just, like, overdo everything. So, ultimately, what I try to do on streams is both keep things relatively honest, and, like, honesty is honestly my best, like, something I like to keep for both myself and my relationship with others, because I'm not gonna go too much into it, but when it comes to stuff like social anxiety, as well as navigating stuff on the internet, just going things very straightforwardly and candidly, and just not bullshitting people and expecting the same in return, I feel like that has been something that, as someone who, you know, who entered adulthood, has helped me. So honesty is my best policy, and of course, Rain saying that I actually do enjoy discussing things. Yeah, I don't think I've seen you too often on my streams, Rain. I believe you're mostly here because of the Ryan Phantom Exodus from earlier, but regardless, you're always welcome, and we do have these discussions every now and then, and I always enjoy having these discussions because I don't go outside much, and I don't have a lot of real-life friends, so I gotta talk about it somewhere, and you are my captive audience. So yeah. Did you count how many things you were, Roll Wildfire?
Yeah, I'm a quadruple threat.
Quadruple threat? Damn!
I have to stay up for a couple of hours after a nightmare, and the second I go back to sleep, the nightmare resumes right when I work out. Oh my god, yes!
I've actually never had that.
Real.
Like, it has to be,
so
like,
lucky.
I have to go to sleep, like, right after for the nightmare to, like, return. Like, if I even, like, regain consciousness for a little bit, it's like, my brain resets.
Yeah. I'm like, kind of in between you and Rain. I don't have to be up for, like, hours in order to go back to sleep, though sometimes I end up being up for hours after a nightmare, depending on how bad it was. Like, a very recent nightmare that I had, I was, my mom and I were supposed to be going somewhere. I don't remember where. And we were, like, driving around to try to get to where it was, but I guess, like, the parking lot was full or whatever, so we ended up parking somewhere else, and then we had to walk to our destination, and the destination, like, the pathway to there was, like, on the side of a very narrow, like, cliff face for some reason, because dream logic. And my mom went first, and I was going after her, and we were, like, kind of sidling along the cliff face, and part of it, like, gave way, and she fell down the cliff, and it was, like, a very big, it was, like, a very steep cliff, and before I could wake up, I even legitimately heard the sounds of her bouncing off of the cliff.
Bouncing?
And I was like,
damn,
no!
That's some Tom and Jerry shit.
Not, like, bouncing, like, like boing boing, like a
Dunk.
body hitting rock, like the
That's
actual.
pretty
sound of it.
vivid. I'm sorry you had to
Yeah.
witness that.
That was. I was like, I like woke up, like I'm lucid enough in my dreams to where it's like, this is a bad dream. I don't want to be here. Like, nope. And then I just kind of laid in bed for a bit because I was like, if I go right back to sleep, I'm just gonna go right back to where I was, hearing my mom's body crunch on the rocks as she falls to her death.
God,
I'm like, no.
that's. Oh my god,
Like, I
that's
don't want to do
awful. I feel like for a lot of my dreams, a lot of my, like I've said this before, I'm both the main actor and the director in my dreams, in that I am both in the dream, but I am also subconsciously controlling the narrative of the dream. So whenever something is not happening, mentally I'm like, something should be happening right now. What would be something interesting that would happen right now? So I feel like for the most part, a lot of my dreams aren't like scary things like the abject death or like impact or stuff like that. A lot of it is the tension of the like, oh god, I'm in this stressful situation, or like I'm being pursued, or like I forgot something. It's that weird like anticipatory conflict that for some reason in my head that's like, this will be like, I need conflict. I can't like, this is a story that needs conflict, and so I'm just going to create conflict for myself. But I'm sorry to hear that you had a dream like that, Real Wildfire. That does sound pretty bad.
Yeah, that was not fun. I was not a fan of it. And like it was a decently long ago dream because I was still home. And it was before I was gone for a week. Up in another city when I was dog sitting, and it wasn't this past week when I was doing another dog sitting thing. So the fact that I still remember this dream after at the very least 2 weeks.
And you dreamed it only once, right?
Yeah, only once. It was that visceral. Awful feeling. I definitely
Eldritch
have a lot.
Eldritch says, I have this weird recurring dream where all the animals on Earth suddenly freeze in place, are now floating in the air within 50 feet of the ground, all over the suburbs. Sometimes there's just animals, other times they're just bones, but not all their bones. I'd be stuck home with my dad being spooked and having to live out the end of days with him. Eldritch,
Oh shit.
firstly, you live up to your name. And secondly, I don't think I
Real.
ever have dreams that are that poetic. I think it's so interesting to hear about people's dreams because, not to be like Freudian or anything, but it says something so interesting about how your mind processes like your consciousness and the subconsciousness. And I'm not a believer in like your dreams tell you the future, but I am a definite believer in your dreams contain the things you generally think about, even like by the littlest bit, and it says something about you.
Yeah, like, that is what dreams are about. It's like your brain processing the information that happened to you that day and like throughout your whole life. So if you've like thought about something even for like a split second, your brain's like, hey, let's linger on that thought real quick.
You know what's fun? When I was little, I had a hypothesis I proved in that I never had dreams about things I thought about like directly before I went to sleep. And oh my god, I just realized, Uncle Pierre, their stream avatar is a little like white, like crayfish, like a lobster or something. I've never seen that, but they have this cute little like animation. Hold on,
Little creature.
look at them, they're so cute. They got big hands. But so literally, what I would
Such a
do,
shame they were a bot.
what I would do, yeah, it is a shame. But what I would do before I went to sleep was just think about scary things, and just like the only comfort I had was like, well, they won't appear in my dreams anymore. I've had dreams where like fucking at like 6 p.m. that day, I would come across, I don't know, a fucking Minecraft video and be like, huh, and then scroll past it, and then for some reason Minecraft was in my dream. Like, it's never the things that I'm thinking directly about, it's always like the back corner of my brain that appears in my dreams.
Yeah. I guess probably because your brain's already for the most part, processed this. That
Mm.
if it's something that you are actively thinking about.
It's like
but
a
if
it's like a
something that is
loose
just-
thread, I guess you could say.
Yeah. If it's something that just appeared like for a split second or whatever, and then it's like, wait a minute, we didn't think about that. Wait a minute,
Where am I?
we didn't unpack that for 10 years. Hold on.
Alright. When the parties involved began to quarrel over the price, McGilda took what he wanted by force at the expense of the other man's life. Can y'all get back to the game soon? I mean, Eldritch, I get it.
Yeah, understandable.
It is very fun
This
for
was
me to
supposed
talk
to
with
be a
World
game.
Wildfire about literally everything, because we do be two bitches who be telling each other exactly. But also, it does make sense that we only have so much time to play this game in a week. Don't worry. Which
Yeah.
proves my point. The disc is extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as of yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and contents were due to be forfeited. We turned a gaming stream into a just chatting stream.
We truly did.
That's what happens when you got 2 yappers. I don't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that.
Oh, that sucks, Ryan.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
I was having a sneaky snack. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
It has earth, wind, and fire on it? Eh? I got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Thinking ain't no crime, girl.
If thinking was a crime, that green dude from earlier would be a lawful citizen.
Oh, real. I assume bailiff. My lord! The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir! The
Box
shit.
time!
Box time!
The mysterious little box, deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. So,
Oh.
I think this is the beginning of part 3 of the trial?
I think so, yeah.
Shaving time.
Time to shave.
Part 4! Ooh! We in the final stretch.
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah, technically the first part was the preamble. So, this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Windibanks' murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
I love how Ryunosuke turns into Van Zeek. He's got
For
orange
some reason,
text.
I'm my regular voice is Ryunosuke, so for the red, like, text, I'm just like, fuck it, whatever.
Quick, let's open it and see what's inside.
Let's take a look.
Oh.
Hey, what the fuck?
Oh.
Oh!
It's a
Oh,
music
this-
box!
Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems!
Wow! Although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. Damn! It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Oh, shit. Then, is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
Let's take a listen.
What if it plays and it's like ba 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 ba.
I'd lose my mind. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's Disc. Deposited at Winterbanks at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
I'm very low key. I was like, disc.
Disc.
Are we not gonna point out that the fucking Mr. White Man totally lied by claiming the disc was his own? Are we not gonna say like he was perjuring the fuck out of that? Whatever.
Yeah, also.
Whatever. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well.
Eldritch, play this at the right moment. Is that what I think it is? Hold on.
Oh my god.
Let me
it
check.
is.
Oh. I see.
Oh my god.
I will make sure
Let
to
the
play this
court
at the right
now-
moment. Okay.
Let the court now listen to this curious disc.
I
at
have to
last.
coordinate this? Okay, okay. I'll make sure.
Yeah.
Hold it!
Wait, hold it?
Hold it! Wait! My lord!
Good grief! What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and the disc are, well, they're related to the case.
They're unrelated
Get
to the
going.
case.
Unrelated. Now, I'm sorry, I'm dyslexic. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
This disc may have well motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. Wait.
But
So,
no!
sorry. Crack evidence?
Oh.
Crack theory? What if this has to do with the government secrets thing?
Probably.
But like, it's music. How?
Maybe there might be a hidden message in the music.
Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
Yeah!
Ding! No further delays, please. Play the disc!
I'm actually gonna let it play, because I want to hear it. I turned up the music on the game a little bit.
Oh.
Bro! Wait a minute! Sorry. For this gag to work.
Okay.
Damn it. For this gag to work.
I have. Oh.
Dude! I can't believe
yeah.
it! It's... Bro! It's Megalovania! It's playing Megalovania! I can't believe it! I predicted that!
Yo!
Yo! And on Fingers in His Ass Sunday, of all places? Damn!
Oh my god.
Thank you, Eldritch, for assisting with the bit.
Amazing.
Alright.
Also, that is totally Morse code. So it's time for that woman.
Good point.
It's
All right.
time for the girl.
Okay.
Ugh.
What on earth?
Also, wait, never mind. I was gonna say, shouldn't you take the note off, but it's playing on the other side.
Yeah, it's the other side. I also thought that at first, and I was like, wait a minute. I was like, oh.
That's certainly not what I would call music.
Now that's not what I would call music. That would be, like, imagine having, like, a parody album of Now That's What I Call Music, but it's just not music, and every track is just some shit. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Oh!
Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless.
Oh my god!
This dumb little shimmy. After all that, the music box is broken, you dumb bitch.
Broken? It can't be, can it?
Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it and drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I fear the court must accept that this music box offers little in the ways of clues.
By the way,
Oh my
roll
god, just
fire.
let me talk to the bitch.
By the way, roll fire. If you had not set Morse code, it probably would have taken me like a minute to get it. So you kind of cooked on that one.
Yeah, immediately as soon as I like heard it's the same note over and over again with like dots and dashes, I was like, oh yeah, it's Morse code, duh. So yeah, just let us talk to that blonde-haired bitch who works with the fucker.
Mm-hmm.
I forget his name. Graydon, there we go. Edgar Graydon. Yep. That's his new
The
name.
best of both worlds.
Yep. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on.
Just let us talk
Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? This...
Also, I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Well, also, yeah, it's obviously could be a clue. But when I look at the music box and doesn't it look like if it's playing when I see it, I'm like, it doesn't make sense that it would be playing the same note. But
Yeah,
it's
no,
probably
it
the
doesn't.
explanation that music boxes are like made differently, so it's just accommodating for that.
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But for some reason, I get annoyed looking at this, and for some reason, it's just playing one musical note. Like in
Yeah.
my brain, it doesn't
Like
make
that's
sense.
not the same note,
Yeah.
but whatever.
It could be a clue.
It's a clue.
It's encoded. I believe it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord! That's me.
Good lord. Good lord.
Good lord. Good lord. Pats himself on his bald little head. Good lord.
The picture of Obama giving himself a medal. Good lord.
Good lord. But how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow, and that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the sounds of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh!
Took. It's the shit again.
I wonder, like, if you know Morse code, you can be like, you could probably like tell exactly what it's saying. I don't know Morse code, so
I don't either. I only know SOS.
what's SOS?
Dot dash 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 dot.
Oh, that's really easy.
That's why they made it. Yeah,
Yep.
that's why they made it easy. It's
Makes
just like
sense.
if you're in trouble, you don't have time to remember if it's like dot dash dot dash or like dot dash dash
Mhm.
dot. It's dot dash 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 dot.
Mhm. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music! Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing. What relevance does this woke chiming have on this case? Thank you, Eldridge. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips. Why are you staring at a man's lips, Ryunosuke? I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're actually...
Oh,
You're acting just like Hurley, Runo!
I was combining two words.
Objection!
Yeah.
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music? Well, now you have told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind? We do! We do! I'm skipping past this, we do!
Ryunosuke may not. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness.
They've got me! What a thing to say. Oh, I fucking hate when he does that! Don't look at me like that, Ryunosuke! Like, okay, I'm gonna do it to the camera right now. Like, doesn't that look stupid?
It looks so dumb.
I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really? Thanks, Iris.
Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris.
Ah.
Interesting. I would actually be interested to see how that would work mechanically.
Yeah, that's interesting.
What if it's one of those things where, like, even if you have the... I mean, I think we saw that it had different strings before, but even if you have pegs in different positions, only, like, one particular position actually registers as the sound. So every other peg is almost like a diversion.
Yeah, maybe, actually.
It must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance.
We just have to wait for juror number 5 to speak up. We already know.
Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are?
Oh, did Ryunosuke put it together?
Quick, get the stereoscope guy!
Something just struck me, Rudo.
Sang talks about peg. Listen, I don't talk about pegging that much. And also, that would fit in with the lusting after a pretty man or a handsome woman in the, like, I remember last stream, I was talking a lot about male pregnancy a lot. That would fit into that, okay?
I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one that the music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
Dunk. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. You know, like you could do in the game. With a cross-examination, I'm pressing you now. If your assertion...
Some ace attorney this guy is. Am I right?
Am I right? Am I right, chat?
Like, only the judge is, like, the sentient, like, 4D, like, can see past the fourth wall guy, and everyone else is like, what the fuck are you talking about? I mean, technically, he's the only one facing the viewer. Oh my god, it's like Monica and Doki Doki Literature Club, how Monica's, like, facing the player at all times. It's just like the judge.
Monica.
Theory confirms. Why isn't Matt Pat talking about this?
What the heck? He did retire. That's why.
He did. But didn't he upload, like, a new FNAF theory video, though?
He didn't upload it. He
but,
was
like,
just, like,
his
featured
team,
in it.
yeah.
Yeah. His team is still doing the game theory, film theory, food theory, style theory stuff. He's just taking a back seat and doing other things that aren't, like, theory related all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes he will come back.
I assume it's like a Germa thing where it's like he's so well off and successful, he has the money to just be like, yeah, I'm gonna do whatever now with my family. Bye.
Yeah, probably. And even then, he's not even, like, fully stepping away from content creation. He's still doing shit like that. Oh, I didn't even get to read that.
Oh,
what the devil is it?
Sometimes you read it and then you talk and then I forget that you read it and then you yell at me.
It's okay.
Okay.
If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Council?
All of the evidence we've seen so far, all of the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. That was a weird accent I just did. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back. Right, it's gonna join all the dots together. Get it? The dots.
Dots.
The stereoscope.
No.
Anyway. Oh, it's the newspaper,
Oh.
right?
Oh.
Because it says the
Whoa.
government, right? It's a sensory story of a mole. Secret communications.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. I could see this.
I feel like that's the only thing that makes sense because there's
Yeah,
nothing
I will-
else that's, you know, Morse code related here.
Yeah, I will give you the coveted. We do not need to save before this. I think this is correct.
What a privilege!
Yeah! Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes and Pick Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord. I was hoping you look a little further down the page.
Further down. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wire telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5! Your input, please!
It's in here.
Stop! Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madame. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it! Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer! Are you suggesting the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? If I mean, if that is true, we just fucking leaked all those secrets, damn.
Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! This is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment.
Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment?
I prefer communist punishment. The sort of words I'd half expect you to know.
For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, the gilded perished and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word!
I knew there was a third exclamation that he does. I was trying to think about it when he was doing all of his explanations. I was like, there's
Good Lord! Great heavens! By Jove!
Goodness
My
gracious!
Goodness gracious!
Like, literally, you can replace the judge with, like, a Vine boom sound effect, and it would have the same, you know, effects.
oh shit, we need to add sound effects
We
into
do!
the
I forget
shit.
we have the
I'll look
Discord
up how to do it.
soundboard.
That's imperative. Actually, I wonder, do the sound effects show up in on the stream when I do them?
Firstly,
Here
I'm
is
gonna
a
turn
test.
the gaming down because it's been up. I turned it up after the music box and it's been up this whole time, so I apologize. It might have been harder to hear you. But I'm gonna turn it back down to
that's
background now. But yes, the audio capturing you is just capturing Chrome and like the Discord tab, so it should also capture the sounds.
Alright, so let's try this out with a nice little...
Yeah!
And
I saw a
now
little
we
blip.
see- Oh my god. They show up on the stream. Let's go!
Yeah, let's go!
That's very important information. That's a piece of information that we will use later.
I've always wanted like one of those, like, you know how fancy streamers have a little soundboard or like a little tool next to them? They can just press a button. I mean, firstly, I would need to get a new microphone because my current microphone's pretty, like, it's like $50. It could be better, but it would be quite a nice luxury to have.
Hell yeah.
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were ever to be discovered before it found its way out of the country...
It would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Whoa, double spin! Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon?
Let me see the double spin happen in real time. Twitch. There we go! Hell yeah. British silence. You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do! Oh, hello.
Don't pay attention
I've
to
had
that.
to stand here.
You just saw a friend of mine playing Cookie Clicker, and that's for
Ah,
Wildfire's eyes only.
Have fun doing Cookie Clicker, Sangled friend. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
My husband! Then by all means, counter the charges, sir.
Hmm.
Oh, he's
Ugh.
so hot when he's on my side! The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense.
British silence. Delighted, I'm sure. Dunk. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a... What the fuck
That's
is
an
that?
interesting word.
That
Hold
being
on.
a most flagitious offense?
I'm
I
looking
say
it up
with
right
the
now.
most question marks in
So,
my voice. Thank you.
oh, it's actually pronounced flagitious. Like it's a soft
Flagitious,
G. Like flagellate, I guess?
The-
But it means
Flagitious.
criminal villainous. Interesting.
Interesting.
We learned that today.
That being a most flagitious offense, for which the law of this land... flagitious offense. It's a fun word to say.
It is.
And by fun, I mean difficult. For which the law of this land has been...
Capital
That's
punishment
fine.
or whatever. We said that line.
Yeah,
enough.
capital punishment. He'll fucking die. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. British silence. So then, let us proceed. You may...
Oh!
Ah! You gotta let us have a rabbit and porky, governor. We've got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie.
Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
That's right. We're what they call
The Three
the
Skulkin,
Three Skulkin
Brothers.
Oh, they're looking this way now. Oh my god, he can't get a break.
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Gina is gone.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to that man. Look, all we've done is break into the goth the other night like what he told us to do.
If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we would not touched it.
What do you
Look
mean,
at
like
him,
he,
he's so small and angry.
like he told us to do?
Yeah. Like, who told you to do? Bridges silence. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What, Mr. Do Governor? What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? British silence.
We did, Gov, we did.
I'm like accompanying for the delay when you read it, so I'm making sure we sync
Yeah.
up.
Yippee. Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job.
And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Ugh.
Nice to know who your friends are.
Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Of course you do, you little rat. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence.
Is it time? The small music box has been entered into the court record. Hello.
Hello! Hello!
We're not gonna get many of those at this point.
Oh, I'm so sad. In fact, that might have been the last one.
Oh, don't say that. We have the second game. It's okay.
Oh yeah,
Anyway, let's keep pressing.
last one of this game.
So is this newspaper headline correct? Government communications are being intercepted?
How could I possibly know?
What do you mean by that?
Oh, shit. Rearranging myself.
Rearranging my atoms, excuse me.
Yes, real quick. They fucking exploded. Anyway.
Uh-oh, one of my atoms just split.
Oh! Atom bomb moment. This small town in Virginia, gone. Reduced to rubble. Honestly, good. Goodbye. That's a lie. There are good people who live in this.
Yeah,
Anyway.
like you.
Say the line.
Yes. Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop.
Let me guess. Juror number 5. Sorry, the estrogen kicked in.
We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry, and Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating.
British
Bro, he got
science.
no friends. He got all enemies.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
I mean, maybe he has a
Oh.
fan. Okay then.
As a fan. But girl, what you just said, you're gonna get him put away in the ground. So you had access to why is my reading skill deteriorating? Please stop. It is almost 11:30 at night, but it's fine. So, you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
Oh no, stop. You must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. Oh my god, she's such a snitch, I love her. And she's receiving top prize at the Cipher Crabbing Convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating.
Would you shut the fuck up?
I love that she's like blushing and excited.
Look at the shine in her eyes!
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Girl, you are about to get this man killed. Now your idol would appreciate it if you would shut the fuck up!
She should really pick her idols more carefully.
I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
That was a really long and interesting first press.
Yeah, it's like, damn, this is the first one. Alright, juror number 5. Is it Morse code?
They're not? Like, just put her up on the stand already.
Honestly, yeah. We already did that with the last case. We could just do it again with
yeah.
her. To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds.
Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code? Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Damn! Imagine Van Zeeks being disappointed in you. Like,
damn.
Ha. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
Alright, bitch, help me out.
I need, like, her name and, like, number, honestly. A lesson here in court? She is my type. I love bitches with the slick backed hair, like, ponytail and glasses. Like...
Yeah, I'm about to say, like we already know, saying.
Mostly I'd be liking, like, the tomboys, but for some reason, like, really, like, strong intellectual women are also, like, hell yeah.
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash.
Oh, the game played them a little bit.
By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A, bop, bop, and this is B.
Important.
Bop, bop, bop. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm is the same and everything.
But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. That is not Morse code.
Really? You shouldn't be so surprised.
Eldritch says, unfortunately, she has no name. She's just the typist. Ugh.
No.
Typists are people too. My friend Safi writes and stuff.
Yeah. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future.
Ugh, nothing to say, but stop! Also, Eldritch posted something in stream chat, and it's a video?
I'm scared that there's no preview of what it is.
No further delays, please. Play the disc. Oh no.
Oh my god, I know exactly what it is.
It's literally just the gag I did on stream, but better edited. Thank you, Eldritch. We love a chatter who has the time. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
It is Iris. I mean, at the
Excuse me?
That was me doing Iris's voice.
It was
and
a good
then realizing
impression.
That's very high.
I feel like your
Thank you. I
natural
cannot do
voice
it
tone
very
is lower than mine, so it might be tougher for you to go up high, but that was good.
I mean,
Hire is interesting.
if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there be something I still haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play? Yes! Yes, bitch!
Give it a try. Yes, bad.
Yes, bitch, yes. There's still every possibility that this music box was get it? Instrumental in the leaking of government secrets.
Wait. Very important, very important, very important.
Yeah! It's like I'm a late night show and Royal Wildfire is like my co-host and like band member who has
Hell
like the
yeah.
drums in the back.
Objection!
That's me. I do play the drums.
You do!
I do.
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what?
Dunk. Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward.
Shiori unfortunately needs to
hypo-
sleep, but I hope you have a good rest of the stream. Thank you so much for coming, Shiori! I hope you have a good rest. Thank you so much for coming.
I'm sleep.
I'm sleep. Yeah.
I think I just remembered this bit. Oh no, what bit?
Good job, I just saw the sprite.
I'm scared. You had better present your idea at once, Council. How do you propose that the music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
I mean, I guess I could just click on it. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it?
Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the cone with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length.
Well, what does
that's
that mean?
It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before.
Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. What is that lever? No. Okay.
Well.
Is there anything I can... Wait, what?
The thing
What?
At the bottom? Yeah.
What do you mean I can press that? Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I fucking love doohickeys with buttons on them, but they're like not metal per se, but they're kind of like wooden, so it has this like classical steampunk feel. I fucking love that.
Yeah.
What is
Love
it,
me a
Bruno?
doohickey.
I've just noticed something about
So
this
did
music
someone
box.
else.
It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
All right then, here goes.
Look at that. There's another movement on the other side.
So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes,
Oh
I
my
think
God.
so. It looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked?
Oh my god.
So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
We need shows!
Oh my God. Jobs!
Get your
Jobs with your
get your
fucking
oiled naked
caramel
ass out
gold.
here!
Please! Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box.
What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in the— Get the stereoscope! I'm sorry. The fucking stereoscope be like, this sounds an awful lot like stereoscope. The sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens! That's another one.
And as the core has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music shit.
The music, huh?
I'm speaking too
The
quickly because
music,
I want to
huh?
like. It's not that I hate this game, but I kind of want to get this case done. so I'm sort of in a rush. Excuse me. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. I know, Real Wildfire, you said you have dyslexia. I don't think I have like 100% dyslexia, but I definitely got some kind of speaking something and reading something.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I feel you there.
Oh yeah. I don't have like bad dyslexia, but there's definitely moments where I'm like reading things differently. Like I don't have the like B's are D's or like P's or whatever or that kind of dyslexia, but I definitely have. There have definitely been times where I have been reading and I feel like more than average, where I have been reading and it's like, that is not the word that was there.
Or just I'm reading and my eyes are both at where I'm the word I'm reading and also forward, so I just combine words for some fucking reason.
Yeah, that is like a thing of dyslexia too.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I mean, I might be a triple threat too, but in a different way from you.
It's like a thing of, it's a thing that I see very common in like ADHD, because like
it's another overlap.
Like you're reading so fast and you're like, whoa,
I'd be
like,
reading and I'm like, I read the words and they just went in one ear and out the other.
Like there's this one way, I forget what it's called, but there's this one way of like formatting words to where like the first 3 letters are bolded and it makes reading so much easier.
I don't. Yeah. From what I remember, I don't think that was exactly that, but it was it was something about the first letter or the first couple being bolded, or like it would have like letters are like flashing on the screen and you can like read them at a certain speed, and like honestly that super does help when the because I found that I read words better when they have different like heights and lengths.
Sang, I have some bad news for you.
Oh no.
Well, or good news, depending on how you feel about it. You probably have ADHD.
I'm just a very visually oriented person, and sometimes I see words, I'm like, you know, that word looks like a little bouncy, and that word looks a little flat. You know, I'm like, I see Boba and Kiki, and I'm like, yeah, I get it. You know?
Boba, Kiki,
Boba,
me
Kiki.
too. Yeah. Boba and Kiki. Yippee. Fun fact, Kiki was how I said, like, my actual real life name, when I was a little tot trying to learn how to say it.
Kiki.
It was incorrect.
But this is a very cute thing for a baby to say.
Kiki. Like, no, incorrect.
It would be really funny if you're, and I don't mean to like make a joke of your like birth name. It would be really funny if your birth name was like Jonathan or some shit, and your parent was like, "No, that's not it."
No, incorrect. No. Both my birth name and my chosen name start with like the same kind of like "k" sound.
Ooh.
And that's all anyone is gonna get about my name.
Interesting.
That's all anyone's gonna get about my real name. Y'all don't need to know that shit. Especially the birth name. No. Anyways. This is beyond a joke.
I'm sorry? You're saying that reminds me of those, like, Twitter posts, by the way, check off a fucking bingo, where someone's like, I'm sure my dead name isn't common, and then some random Pokemon with, like, a reaction, and someone's like, good to meet you, Salamence.
Yeah.
It reminds me of that,
truly?
where, like, the guess is, like, Deoxys Form Z, or some shit.
Yeah. Truly? That's not even that far off. My birth name is in Pokemon somewhere.
Damn.
And I'm pissed. I remember I was so excited when I was like playing through the game and I saw that my name was there. I was like, oh my god, it's me! And then like years later it's like, oh, never mind. I don't like that.
I'm sorry to hear that, Kecleon.
What the fuck?
How dare
Anyway.
you? How dare
I
you
mean, it
send
starts
me
with the
on
K and it's a Pokemon. That's all I got.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna look for it, but I have to know, is it a human or a Pokemon? Honestly, it's funny if you keep it vague for a Wildfire.
Yeah.
I'm just
I'm
gonna
keeping
accept
it
that
as
your
vague
birth
as
name was fucking
possible.
Kecleon or some shit.
Yeah, that's me, baby.
I'm sorry?
I took. Ah! I had
Lock
this-
in,
I had a bite of
Wildfire,
my
lock
sneaky
in.
snack. I had a bite of my sneaky snack.
You had what's your sneaky snack?
So my sneaky snack is fun
Okay.
because,
That's
by
a good
all
start.
accounts, I do not think I should be eating this.
That's not
it's
as
candy
fun.
corn. It's candy corn that I got last Halloween. I love candy
Oh,
corn so much.
Christ.
I don't care.
Oh,
I don't care.
Christ.
I
Firstly,
like
you know what?
candy
You know
corn.
what, you orange bitch? That makes sense that you would like candy corn.
Yeah.
Secondly, it's candy. Like, whatever.
It's yummy.
But you're right
I
in that you
like
shouldn't
the
be eating it
taste.
because it's candy corn, not because of the other thing.
No, I shouldn't. I probably should. Though it's candy corn, so it doesn't really go bad that quickly. Let me see. Did I cut off the place where the expiration date is? No, it's on the opposite side where I cut a big ass fucking hole into it.
Oh, it's like, is it like one of those like little bags or is it a big bag?
It's a little bag.
Ah.
Oh, actually, this is Best Buy June 2024. Well,
I mean,
in my defense, I just opened it like a couple of days ago.
yeah, honestly,
So-
I've eaten expired candy. Fuck it.
Yeah, and like candy corn doesn't even really expire that much.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it expires, but like, it's not. It doesn't expire like how fruits and vegetables expire. It
Yes.
just expires in that it's like maybe the texture is a little bit tougher, or maybe the taste is a little bit weirder.
Like,
but
expiration for
it's-
candy is more so just like a slight drop in quality, not like an actual food poisoning risk.
Yeah, it's like a. Oh yeah, let me not take another bite of it because I have a line. to
Anyway,
say.
hum num num about candy corn.
Nom, 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 nom. And I eat candy corn the fun way, to where I bite off the top color.
Oh,
Which is
interesting.
usually
You
white,
bite
but
it by the
sometimes
color
it's
section.
orange. Yes.
Does it taste different in your opinion?
No, it does
but
not.
it's like nice and I mean, I do a similar thing with gummy bears. It is fun.
Yeah. Whenever there's like a thing that's organized by color, especially if like the colors have different flavors, like with gummy bears, I will eat my least favorite color first, and then, or least favorite color / flavor first, and then I will eat my favorite ones afterwards. I did not get to read that. That's okay.
No, it's okay. I was trying to like click on chat to answer Eldridge, but yeah.
Ah.
Whenever I click outside
Anyway.
of the Ace Attorney window, sometimes it just clicks. It responds as if I clicked on it, which is why every now and then it skips without me intending to.
It's like, ah, yes, you wanted to proceed. I'm like, no! Let me just say this man's line. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Though of course,
But yes.
if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well,
It's time!
I can't at the moment.
It's time!
Bring out the fruit! Oh. Eldritch, I am teasing. It's okay. Like, y'all just reminded me of that. I can sympathize with the agony of watching someone play a game you really like, and they're just kind of like, you know, just having fun by themselves, and you're like, come on, see the game. Like, I get that. But also, Roll Not Wildfire and I, we have fun here.
We're just yapping.
And may I remind the court... Oh, sorry, the estrogen kicked in. May I remind the court that the witness has pointed out. He was not the one on the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc. Or discs.
Indeed. That was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
May God rest his soul. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Huh.
He's so defensive. Though he is defending himself from not being killed.
Mm-hmm.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Oh yeah, this is only the second...
Yeah. We be yapping today.
We truly are. This is the yappin' stream.
Mm-hmm. Also, sorry, I'm just going to quickly, because I moved the stream avatars a little bit, so, it's the little bars on the side, but also it means that, it's covering my face a little. So what I'm gonna do is, shrinkity-dinkity, so that
Shrinkity-dinkity.
so that all y'all are down here, so it's less obtrusive to the projector. That is my... And let's put it
We have been smaller.
behind the game. There we go. Yeah, it's like a little stream avatar thing, but behind the screen, so it's not like it's like behind the scenes, you know? So you don't see the bar as much. We've been shrunk. No, it's okay. I re-sized you back up. But now, you can see the animals, but your little usernames and words will be a little hidden. But that's okay. We're focusing on the bitty game after all.
Tangsangled doesn't like us. Tangsangled is ashamed
It's gonna
of
be
us.
the same for every other screen. It's just this. Anyway.
I know. I just like giving you a hard time.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that is interesting.
It looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony, if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Alright, third press. It was a
Third.
low-class brickmaker. I have no relation to him.
So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. Oh, that's really
Aw.
sad. Damn it! I hate sad old people.
Oh.
That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How much would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information?
How indeed?
Just curious, seeing how y'all- Oh! Y'all are still looking over to the left, adoringly at their third brother. I love that.
That's
There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal.
British silence. Dear me. He truly is doing the same
Like with
fucking
the
pose.
spin and the back and the hook. Yeah.
But the thing is, it's just to the side. It's like rotated 90 degrees. It's the same pose. Oh. Oh. Ah!
Like the
You know you're
moment
related.
I remember the moment when I was pointing out in court that like the two brothers were like, oh, they're doing the spin! They're doing that was like so
Doing the
hype, I
spin.
remember it.
You may have infamy, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that.
Boys have swag, men have class. An old brick I didn't expect that to hit so hard. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
Link. Link between worlds. Smug British silence. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Actually, hold on. I feel like that... Hello, long man. If we go back... I have no relation. And then Naruhodo was like, if only there was something to link. So I'm just gonna real quickly... I'm not gonna present anything, I'm just gonna look through. Is there anything that connects the two? Mr. Mason. I mean, I guess the blood.
Yeah, but his blood was purple. Mason's blood was purple, and his is green.
Yeah.
And his is blue.
I don't think we have evidence on us right now.
I don't think so, no.
Alright, but just something to keep in mind for later.
Something to think about. Oh, we thought we spiked it to the golf the other night.
Isn't the link between them McGilded? I mean, yes,
Like-
but also, like, we have to provide evidence for that, and that's what I'm specifically looking for. Like, Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, y'all. Who else, eh? Silly me thought we was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash? Oh my god. Nash. Ash. Ringo.
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? I do have to say, though, like, I know they aren't technically brothers, and there's nothing in the canon that proves that they even have they're just, like, slight accomplices, I guess. But when you mentioned the fan art with them together, I'm like, Nashley. Like the shipping name. You gotta admit,
Oh my
it
god.
fits together quite nicely.
It fits together nice.
Do you mean to tell- I do like it when ship names that do that. Do you mean to tell me that Mr.
Yes.
Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Look at his cheeks!
Look at ah!
Excuse me.
I love the cheek
Ringo,
physics in
what are
this
you
game.
so cute for?
Is-
Oh, look at him.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
Oh my god.
What?
Okay, good.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go over to Gregson like,
Correct. Like, no!
Well, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't think Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Lore. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads.
God damn it. I think, oh, it's just gonna be saying talking moments, and then nope. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember? Oh, Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. Yup. Mm-hmm. That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom.
It has every place in this courtroom, actually, because they just gave us a very important piece of information.
And neither does your fruit. Hey!
Hey!
He
Oi,
has a name.
The geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. What,
Yeah,
are
we
you
ain't done nothing
fruit-phobic?
wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story, it's added. Has there ever been a case where, like, gameplay rewards you with something that is completely irrelevant and you're like, well, I guess that was just fluff?
Yes, counsel.
The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more.
Say no more.
A
He's
skulkin's never
skulky.
skulkin'.
I completely forgot about that. I'm barking at this.
The
Anyway,
sounds
press.
you're making are so like oh, I don't know what you look like, Wildfire, but I just imagine like a frantic like person pointing at a screen or some shit.
I'm not pointing at the screen because I have candy corn in my hands, but
But the thing is, this you can't pit this. You cannot pit a statement against a statement.
oh no, I know exactly what this goes to. Press it to
okay.
get more information out of it, and then when we come back, I know what we have to do.
I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
God damn it. Nom, 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 nom. Finish chewing on my candy corn. Nom, nom, nom. Oh, just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? Ooh! The business name! So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? By the way, good eye for pressing on the edited statement. I didn't know that there would be additional gameplay after this. And it was and it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Bilverton part come from? I need to ask that to myself.
Oh, right. I thought a clever cogs is... Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel?
Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject?
Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from.
Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him.
Mm-hmm. She took the name Graydon then, see?
But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it?
Of course not. That's all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves?
You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena these records, Mr. Graydon.
Ah!
I want him to subpoena my records.
We know, son. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once.
That subpoena gonna be a super pena when I get there. Sorry.
You were born Ashley Milverton then. Hey, don't dead name him. Is that correct?
Can you dead name a surname? It's just
I mean, technically.
like the only like discrimination he's going is just pointing at like making fun of him because child of divorce, haha.
Child of divorce. Very well. Yes.
So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important.
You didn't get to voice it as L!
Oh, I did it!
What the fuck?
Elle's on her coffee break. It's okay. But it's added to the court records. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still conjecture at this stage. What'd you say?
I just got a candy corn that's like all orange. I'm winning. Yeah!
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago and the break-in at Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered.
Ah!
Yeah, if only there was some link between the two.
Ah! I know the link.
Oh wow, it actually does give you a hint. Interesting. And to be fair, gameplay-wise, that is the first time that pressing, editing the statement, then pressing again, and then doing a certain dialogue, like, you know, like, gameplay! You know, it's a visual novel, but, like, there's gameplay.
Gameplay.
By the way,
This is
fun
awesome.
note, this is the 5th trial. There are, in fact, 6 of these little talking stuff, not 5 this time. It's ramping up.
Ooh. Some low-class brickmaker. I've noticed no such present. All right. No. Present. I know exactly what this is.
But like, usually I can go to the other records, but I can't here.
What?
Usually there's a button down here that's like, oh, present, and then I can go. Oh, I mean, I guess it's for specific questions, but
Oh, but yeah. This can
usually
go
there is an
present.
option to go between the evidence and the people, but I
Ah.
don't see that here.
Yeah, no, it's okay. What we need is in here. I just have to remember what it was. Try the case notes for McGilded case.
Okay.
I think it's in there. I think that's where I saw it. McGilded.
Mason
Yep.
Milverton.
Mason Milverton. Present,
Alright.
baby. Let's go.
How does it feel being the biggest brain in the world? It's all that fucking candy corn you're eating.
It's the candy corn. It's
You're getting more orange as we speak.
Ah!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Actually, when you think about it, this red text is not red at all. It's actually a very deep orange.
Yeah, it is orange. That's why I was like, when you said earlier in the stream that it was red, I was like, the color bitch got the color of the text
I mean,
wrong.
to
Hey,
be
yo.
fair, in Ace Attorney games, it's usually red. So red text is a general gaming term for like important stuff in visual novels.
Yeah,
So whatever.
that's like the text in this game to show like important things is a nice like wildfire orange. Like
Mhm.
that's a nice.
I like how you
orange.
call it wildfire orange. I wonder.
Yes.
I wonder if you're interjecting a little bit of personal
Mm,
touch on it.
mm, perhaps.
Tell me, why did you try to hide your formal name from the court?
Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me.
No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Precious silence. Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded,
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
that's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Let's get go. Milverton? Do you mean to say that? Saints alive!
He's going through his
That's-
whole, like, Rolodex of exclamations.
It truly is.
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father?
Oh, I don't.
As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records.
Tell the truth now, or we will find the truth.
The truth is that you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to Mr. McGilded in collaboration with your father.
Ah!
That was a good spin.
Oh, to see that spin in real time.
The new facts and evidence.
Holy shit!
My roommate is playing Cookie Clicker again.
Oh.
Don't pay attention to that. Anyway,
Have fun.
the new facts and
Have fun with
evidence
Cookie
unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth.
The truth, you say?
That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded, he's playing Victoria 3 now, but the deal with McGilded went
have fun.
sour, and the brickmaker met his ends. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there.
British silence.
But that's oh my god, look at us, like double teaming! Hell yeah. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Ah, are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh?
We never knew nothing about that! On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed... We get it.
Wow, the stereoscopes.
The intruder to the pawnbroker. Do you think every time, like, this demonstration happens, juror number 3 is like, wow!
Wow! Stereoscopes! They're
Bloody
so cool,
hell.
aren't they?
There's nothing funnier than me than someone who has like a very specific thing and then being the only one who's like really into that thing. It's very wholesome.
Ah,
The
so an autistic person.
The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. It's particularly funny here because that item has narrative significance.
Yeah.
So it's like I was an ace attorney and one of the key evidence was Starlo and you were the juror being like that's my man.
I got you. That's my man. That's my man. I can tell you everything about him. Ah! As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed.
So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. We fucking got you, bitch. We got you, bitch. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? Eldritch?
Enjoy this face while it lasts, because he's about to be sent to death.
Well, firstly, I will. Secondly, Eldritch says that, like, I said a while ago that we'll probably finish this next stream. I feel like we're getting pretty close to the end, but there might be, like, another turn.
Yeah. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Up. Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh, I actually didn't see that.
Iris, get him! Shoot him with the blood gun!
but I sorry, like, nerd thing, but like, they fucking foreshadowed this earlier.
Yeah. What? Ah.
2 nights ago, we all know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibanks' pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself.
Oh, 7.
Oh, damn!
Oh!
I need to see him in this position more. Sorry. One struck the pouch.
Real.
Mr. Sholmes. That image looks like the thing that people would draw, like me projecting my period cramps onto this fictional character. Sorry. I know a bullet was shot at this man, but I can't. Anyway. And the final bullet.
It did lodge in his waist area.
In his scruffy fucking pouch.
Scruffy
Struck the
fucking
calendar
pouch.
on the wall of the shop,
Damn.
having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. I definitely won't
Shut
finish
the
today.
fuck out of
Damn, Eldritch!
Damn.
Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? Is there like a part 5?
I guess. He's got you now, me old China.
Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Damn.
Actually, yeah, because we still haven't gotten to the point where the discrepancy about the
That's
door has
true.
been
Like, the
brought up.
actual murder itself has not been solved.
Anyway,
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded.
Oh my god.
This stupid fucking... As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of
Well,
the
then
sort.
pick a different religion, bitch.
damn.
He's not going down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. They have to stop saying pouch. And the bullet from Mr. Winterbanks' gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. There's a silence.
And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder.
Goodness!
That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could have possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you!
It's you!
Hold it! No! Oh. I've got shit to say. Oh, this fucker. You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here.
What? What's that supposed to mean?
Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communications station. But, did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility?
What do you mean? What thought? What possibility?
The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, that makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
What?
Ah, are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
You... what? I mean,
Alright, here.
okay,
I
this
think
is getting
here is
interesting.
where I will be vindicated. Order! 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 Well, it
would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Judge, sentient confirmed.
Real.
Mr. Graydon.
Yes.
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 I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it shows that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. I mean, it's either argue that you're not the killer or be fucking killed. So I kinda, yeah. I get his reasoning at the very least.
Eh? Oh, I understand fully. Dunk. Then I must ask you to give me your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. I can think of someone who could give you greater pleasure.
Nothing could give you greater pleasure. Oh, we'll see about that. Anyway.
Oh. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the What? Okay. Actually, wait. No.
Wasn't it?
No! It was Ringo!
Yeah, wasn't it Ringo?
Yeah.
Anyway,
They
keep
threw
going.
They threw Ringo and pinned Ringo down. Whatever. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Brother.
Wait, she was holding a gun!
Yeah.
Are you stupid?
You're stupid! He is! Good gracious! This is quite extraordinary testimony
you're
in
not
how
wrong.
stupid it is! You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Tick tock think. Order, order, order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit, I assume, is the last part. The Discord lagged and didn't want to finish the text box.
I see.
So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation.
The
Only
truth?
now you tell the truth.
Until
even
now,
then,
the
you're not telling the
prosecution was
truth.
completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. What goes around comes around, bitch. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
No, she fucking wasn't?
No, she wasn't.
You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point?
I don't think anyone believes this motherfucker. Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Well, really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Well, it has blood, but not his.
Such an
about that-
investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What?
Are you gonna talk about the blood gun?
Only very
The blood
recently,
gun?
a German scientist had developed a technique to identify human blood.
Hey,
So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
hey!
There's nothing dubious about Harry's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science as in law, theories must be proven, but I mean, he kinda has a point.
Yeah.
He kind of has a point.
But like, shut up.
In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. I will throw this glass, and we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Runo.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Guinea's coat.
But it's whose blood?
But if they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, help! What? Ryunosuke, what are you...
Oh, help!
Oh, help, you're right. I've forgotten what happened yesterday. Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! I've totally forgot about this scene. That she was covered in the blood of some kind.
But it's purple.
But it's
blood.
purple!
It's purple.
But that's not that's not Mr. Windibanks' blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from where he was stabbed, who was by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Lord Van Zix, make it so at once.
I mean, can they test how old the blood is? That would lend credence.
Yeah.
With pleasure, my lord. Sorry. I didn't even have a comment for that. I was just reacting.
Just. And while. Oh, fuck. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel!
Yes, my lord?
Your cross-examination.
Of course,
Chop,
my
chop,
lord.
We're all waiting.
If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a really bad feeling about the outcome of it. Oh, is this hinting to a bad ending?
Oh, shit.
That'd be interesting. Alright. Let's go.
Cross-examination.
Look, there's 6 again. We advanced.
Ooh.
We still need the entrance of the shop.
Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe?
Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life.
Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun. That was in fact shot once. What do you mean when you say that you were near the entrance to the shop?
I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. I hope you know that I was doing the exact same person doing
Getting
when
into
I was
character.
talking. Getting into character. I'm method acting.
Looking for the music box, of course.
The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter.
Oh, maybe
There you go,
maybe he
Ringo.
chucked Nash first and then Ringo? I don't know. It seems like a weird inconsistency.
Yep. There it is. Yeah, it was that Ringo was thrown and then Nash went over. I don't think they lied about that in their original testimony.
Yeah.
So I put me gun on the old fella and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting up on the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you! Sorry, Gov.
I thought that there would be text on the right, because sometimes there's text on the left and the right to indicate them both. But yeah, sorry, I couldn't harmonize with you there.
Hold it! You're good. Yeah.
You
like, wait a
mean
minute.
that's the moment you were shot?
Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot.
And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you.
So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I did imagine it would still be bleeding. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyways, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way.
And then he scarpered through the door out back.
At which point, what did you do?
Suit the man, but he shut himself in the store.
Hold it! That's what I did.
You mean you chased after him?
I don't... Big yawn.
It's okay, I'm yawning too.
I don't recall... I say I'm yawning, but it's just like the body is tired, but the mind is not. So I can keep going for however long. I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop.
And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's doors are a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. What's what in there.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Yeah, Ryunosuke. Oh, Jesus.
Dumbass.
Sorry.
Well,
And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through in that peephole as well?
not likely, Gov.
Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence.
So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place.
Very good. Both the judge and I had the same. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised a gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next?
Alright.
The accused in a black coat.
Hold it! In the back and tried to flee. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand, but that was Mr. Winterbank's gun from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you.
Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun, a secret third gun.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accuser must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene.
Calm yourself, counsel.
Sorry?
You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. British silence. Theatre kid.
Hold it!
All over her?
Yes. Through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains aren't visible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, The garment is solid with the victim's blood.
Well, it's sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Winterbanks' blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from where McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so
Yeah.
unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother. Oh, bother.
Oh, bother. This is the stupidest thing. She tossed the gun
I
at the
took
people.
the evidence. Yeah. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room?
That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where, exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then... Oh, there we go. The girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place.
Oh, what a saint.
How thoughtful. Yeah.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime.
Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left.
Clear up?
We'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. That sounds like a slur.
And he thinks he's a bloomin' mum sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Ugh.
Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You're just,
You little toe rag!
you're like a bull at the gate, aren't you? Shit.
Ah! I heard something, but I didn't think it'd be
Hello?
that!
Excuse me!
Hello?
I love that there's new animation and interactions and stuff. Ugh. Gentlemen. The brothers are fighting.
Brothers are fighting. Ha ha ha. What's happening? Oh my god. I was checking up on the Twitch to see if I had missed anything. Something wrong, sunshine?
That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaken, Mr. Skulkin?
Blimey, this is a bit of an hooligan, ain't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw him? He grabbed me whistle!
In public?
Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station?
And why didn't you?
'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. All that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rags sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God, blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this deed gives me the willies. It might not be the willies.
It may be one Willy. That was strange.
Maybe
The inspector doesn't normally
it's-
get quite as worked up like that. He would normally grab someone.
No, it wasn't like Grexy at all. He's normally our sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
British silence. So I eat my chicken.
Oh, interesting.
My lord!
It was one of those things where we just had to press and time passed.
Ah.
Fucking mustache.
Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer! I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Requesting permission to slay. I mean, he is kind of working that mustache.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord. I don't think we even pressed on the last one, or was that the last one? It might have been the last one.
It might have been. Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were a result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me!
Oh my god, that's new!
Oh,
You
shit,
gotta see
hold
that
on,
animation.
I need it. Look at her doing a little pirouette like a little ballerina.
He's like a little ballet boy.
A little ballet. Isn't it? I think the masculine is ballerino.
That can't.
He's a little
I believe.
ballerina.
Okay, so I think I know this because I actually have a character who's a male ballerina. I believe it's a danseur because it's French. So it's D-A-N-S-E-U-R.
The fucking French with their vowels.
But
See?
but ballerino was a good guess. If it
I could have
if
sworn
the
I
origin
saw
was like
ballerino.
Spanish or Italian.
Yeah, I could have sworn I saw a ballerino at some point for male ballerinas. Oh. See? What did I tell you?
Oh, you're right. A ballerino is the Italian term for a ballet dancer who is male. Oh, you know what? We were both right. The French term is danseur. The Italian term is ballerina. We were both right.
We were both right!
We love being both right.
Best of both worlds!
Oh my gosh, Shihu, who is rating with a party of 5. Hello! Hello. We were just discussing the fact that a male ballerina is called a danseur in French and a ballerino in Italian. Which, if you didn't know that, you know that now. Hello! Thank you so much for the raid.
The more you know.
Yeah. If I may ask, what you guys were doing, streaming before me, if you were playing a game of some kind, perhaps you are an Ace Attorney fan? This is our first time playing an Ace Attorney game on stream. This is my friend Roll Wildfire's first Ace Attorney game ever, and we're both going in blind. So, we are currently going through the final case and the final part of that case. Welcome. The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibanks.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
Oh, Shihu, we got halfway through case 3 of this game. Oh, then maybe this is like a spoiler?
Yeah.
So I'll do my best to ignore what's on screen. You should run. I
Do
mean,
not be here.
firstly, I appreciate the Great Ace Attorney solidarity, because whenever I click on the category, I see that, oh, it's like, you know, fucking like 80 people are streaming it. So it's not the most popular game in the world. So, Eldred's saying you should 100% leave. I mean, yeah, you're halfway through case 3 and you're already seeing a name belonging to someone involved in case 3. So, maybe
You should probably.
I appreciate the
skedaddle.
raid. I
Don't
love
want
y'all.
Spoilers.
But yeah, going poop.
Yeah,
have
go
fun, y'all.
poop.
I'm gonna just like
Bye-bye.
spoiler wall here while you guys go. Thank you so much for coming and raiding regardless. But for your sake, I will be just putting a nice pause here, just so y'all can, you know,
A nice pregnant
shuffle away.
pause.
For those who don't care, welcome. The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilden. Oh, she who followed, thank you!
Yippee! Hooray!
Thank you. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibanks, McGilden— oh, there's your spoiler right there. McGilden had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton.
So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponiese friend?
What does that mean? Sorry?
2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you just brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned yourself in this country.
But that was...
I call it a bully disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done.
Say the line, Bart.
Stereoscope.
Oh, Rain says, it's getting late, so I'm gonna try to get some sleep. Have a good stream. Good night, Rain. Thank you so much for coming and
It's okay,
contributing
thanks.
to the little discussions we had. I hope you have a good sleep.
Good sleep.
Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done.
But the stereoscope solves everything. I mean,
But
they
there's
use
a doctor.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Piro's kid to starving boy and he ran away crying.
Hello?
Thank you. Thank you, juror number 6. Very cool.
Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
I mean, so I did argue on behalf of Vantic saying, yeah, evidence, like, proven methods is good, but also you haven't given us a chance to prove that it's legitimate. Like, you know.
Real. Give us a time.
How could you
Let us-
say
let us-
that?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth, from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
Bruh.
Ah, ha, ha, ha.
No.
My lord. Oh, that's you.
Ah, my lord! Been a long battle this one, but the old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision.
We're gonna do another fucking jury thing.
Jesus fucking Christ. Ready, men? All for one now.
Sha!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
I love how the fifth jury is like guilty, and the Russian's like guilty. I love the voice acting, the little bits of it.
I always go back to the Twitch stream to hear the voice acting for
Yeah, it's good.
whenever I can see it coming. I'm like, voice acting. Yippee. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. It's time for another consummation examination or whatever
Violent
the fuck it's
Bolshevik is so funny because case 3 sets him up to be a terrorist that's gonna bomb the Crystal Tower, and then he shows up as a juror in this case, and you think he'll be important, then you never see him again. He doesn't even do the bombing. You know
Holy
what?
shit, amazing.
Yeah, I'm assuming that like the government secrets thing, like him being there, is like, you know, like, oh shit, I'm also really no.
Oh, a violent terrorist man, he's here. And it's like, nope, he's just chilling.
Honestly, there is some comedy to be had with the way this game uses like the jury to like subvert your expectations.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempts you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Oh,
Wow.
trips over and my skirt flies up. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? Oh? So,
very distressing.
for spoiler reasons, I have a feeling that this is you.
Me too. To be held in such low esteem.
I knew it! I knew it!
Yeah! Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, firstly, I want to say this. Lore-wise, before I knew anything, spoiler-wise, I did point out how fucking sus it was that there were certain bailiffs that had sprites, and there was the one bailiff with the weird outfit and the mustache, and then later I saw a spoiler that was, you know, essentially what happens after this, and so that was in my head. But I just want to say, before I was spoiled, I was on the right track.
Also, hey yo. Oh, wait. Officer, wait till we go back to him.
Sure.
You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. What's going on? What's going on here? What's going on with him?
What do you mean?
Wait, where's your mouse right now? Okay, wait. Keep your mouse still.
Okay.
Move it to the left a little bit.
Here?
What's with the definition?
Oh, you're talking about the little boob lines.
Yeah, what's with the fucking definition? What's going on here?
You know what?
You know what?
You know the comic that's like, congratulations on your breast reduction surgery. Finally, where's Herlock Sholmes? Who do you think was? No.
Who do you think took the boobs?
That's the real reason he went in for surgery.
Yeah. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice.
You
God?
do.
Am I going mad? Sexy!
Here he
Sexy!
Yeah!
He kind of looks good with a mustache. Am I weird for thinking that?
I don't look at the other two on the side. Look at Greg's.
Mr. Sholmes.
Like, what?
Oh my god, look at
What
that
is
gay ass
the meaning of
pose.
this?
Do you see the gay ass pose?
I love him. Yeah, he's here. Yippee! Order! Order! Order!
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital.
I simply got better. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand.
What errand?
Holly, it's really you! You're awake at last! And you got that surgery you were always
Yay.
talking about!
Yes, good day, Iris. It appears to be rather late to rise. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir?
Oh, he's doing the hat thing!
He's gotta always have a hat to do the hat thing. I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zooks?
I would love it if you just go over and just gives him a little kiss on the cheek.
Can it be me instant?
This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Damn it!
Very well then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes.
Hi, bestie.
Yeah! My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? How's your
You can
pouch?
give him his scruffy fucking pouch back. Alright, I'm all wrong.
Sorry?
I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I've asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Did you see how the camera just like tilts a little to focus on Iris? She's so small.
Yeah.
Holly, this place is full of idiots! None of them can see how
Real.
wonderful your chemical blood analysis is!
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part.
Right. Modesty? Surely not.
Modesty. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
Susato! What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping?
A leaving present from Miss Susato. That's what they were talking about!
From Miss Susato? Oh yeah, there was that scene where they were
There was the cutscene! If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand.
Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. And that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this? Gun mode.
Oh!
Fun.
It's the machine I made!
Oh.
Huh?
Wait a minute.
The cat! Holy shit! The cat flap door!
Wait a minute. It wasn't like a little Photoshop error. They made the flap or something. Is that what the gun means?
I think. Wait, huh? Wait a minute.
All right, hold on.
Look, I use this! It's my latest invention!
What is that?
I call it the cat flabbermat! It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds!
So, Royal Wildfire, when you noticed it early on, we assumed that it was because the photo was doctored, but in reality, it was because the flap literally appeared before and after.
Holy shit.
What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
What? Didn't she say something like that?
Susato voice.
You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
British silence. That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow.
No, not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flappermat that night, but why?
Zang!
Yeah? Oh, damn it! Elle's still on her coffee break. Sorry, I'm so invested in the case. Oh, damn. That was aggressive.
That's why I gasped. I
I
was
thought
like,
you gasped because you realized
"Oh."
something, so I was waiting for you to. I'm sorry.
No.
The cat Flapomat has been added to the court record.
Yay!
You're welcome.
Yippee!
Your 5 minutes is over.
And
We're
I
out of
didn't
time
pass out.
already?
Yippee!
Yippee.
Yippee!
Oh, he's
He's
there.
here now, in all his glory. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper.
See, they talk. I'm sorry, I have a crack ship where Sholmes and Baron von Zieks has a situationship, you know?
Hell yeah.
I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast.
Is it really?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
the rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests...
Yeah.
No words, just saving.
Simply saves.
I feel like we need more cross-examination. Because we didn't actually present or contradict anything. We were just waiting for the bloody jacket to come back.
Yeah. And also, I don't think that we went through all of the everything.
Yeah. We just went to the point where the two were fighting.
Mhm.
Further cross-examination.
No.
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The
Yeah, not a
defense is
new
not
witness.
asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with the one of an existing witness. What?
Yeah, dumbass. It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. They do just be chatting.
My lord.
My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord. Damn!
So nobody can say anything then. If Ryuno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
The court is obliged to allow it.
This is absurd. I'm so glad I chose the right thing there. I feel so smart.
Hell yeah. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
A single chance to present evidence?
Damn. If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to abdication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord. Yes, my lord.
We cannot press. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. gonna go? I leave this in your capable hands.
Oh!
There you go.
You gotta see that animation.
Yeah, I'm about to say, like, I need...
Oh my god, the real Matt on Guard from the famous game, that one Ace Attorney game with Matt on Guard, the character from Ace Attorney. Hello, thank you for following. I'm glad Ace Attorney
Yeah,
fans
what a
are
long
following me
username.
now.
Hooray!
He spasmed to the floor.
He's fucking dead.
Mr. Sholmes! Hey, lawyer dudes, hi!
If
I
we
can't
zoom
believe
out,
the real
do we
Matt
see
on
his
Guard
body?
is in chat.
Nope. To stand so
Insociently.
insouciantly, thank you. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. It might be both.
I imagine he's fearing very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Can
Strike
I
a
keep
man
him
while he's
company?
down, don't you?
Well done, counsel. Are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. It is also 1:01 a.m. right now.
Oh shit.
Oh Shia, I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris, or Susato. And I won't
Or
waste this
Gina.
final. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. Have you been posing that whole time? This is going to decide the entire
Probably.
outcome of the trial.
Oh shit. Very well then. Under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
Okay. Firstly...
So...
Oh, the music!
Can't press.
Listen to the music on stream.
Oh. Hold on, let me get it. Ooh.
With the violins and shit.
Ooh.
It's like the final
This
battle.
shit rocks! Ooh. Real.
Alright. Save again.
We will save. I'm gonna hit with a little bit of a save.
So...
Because we know ourselves.
So it still says 4 check marks. Okay.
Shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door. He used a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee, so the blood spatter all over the wretched
Do we
girl.
press this?
We can't. Wait. I don't think. Can we still press?
I'm gonna try. I'm
I
gonna
thought we-
try.
I thought we couldn't press.
Mr. Graydon.
Objection!
Oh,
Yeah, we can't press.
no, my learned friend. I take issue with you. Ah, oops. His lordship made it very clear that the defense is permitted to present only a single piece of evidence. The prosecution demands stern punishment for any mischief used to make more of this cross-examination. No! Damn!
Load.
You know what? I deserve that. That's actually really interesting that since this is the final case, it's like you're punished for even pressing. Because I think in
about to say,
earlier Ace Attorney games, it's a lot less forgiving to press constantly. Like, and pressing on something that's like an obvious statement does punish you.
Oh, he threw that
I
mischief
don't
in
want to
your
say I
face,
told you
Runo.
so.
He threw
But I
those
did
just
tell
desserts
you.
in my face twice. Alright, I can only present one single piece of evidence. Alright. Alright, at least well that's confirmed.
So toss the gun at the people, so I picked it up and I escaped.
Let's
I-
splatter.
I think if we want to keep with the consequence of... Actually, we can keep... You know what? Fuck it. We will not be safe scumming this.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's just think.
Okay, so obviously we have one new presenting thing, so I'm just gonna go ahead and examine it.
Yeah.
Ooh, 3D.
Give it a look. Oh. Okay, focus, shirady.
Can y'all say something about this? Thank you.
There we go.
Oh! Oh!
Whoa!
Whoa, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
And what are the two parts at the top there?
Oh, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out.
Right, of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors.
It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat Floppomat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction.
Wagahai is so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Yay!
Girl.
Okay, and just to confirm, there is nothing here,
Yeah, there's nothing there.
and there is something
And then
there.
there's something there.
So it's either has to be this photograph or this cat Floppomat that is going to come into play.
I don't think it would. Oh wait, actually, yeah, because there is no picture of Gina on the floor with the gun in her hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's just like that's an image that goes through everything. Actually,
Yeah?
with the metagame knowledge
Mm-hmm.
of Drax saying when I first discovered it that I found the inconsistency in the doors very early.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely think it's that.
Okay.
I guess the question is, where do we present that?
The ruffians were jostling. When Winnebank threw Nashor with a counter, I felt a sharp pain. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through a peephole.
Boom. There it is.
Objection!
No!
What?
Judge, are you gonna take away all 3 of my health? Oh, that's actually surprisingly forgiving. Okay. Peephole. Shot the man in the back. Blood spatter.
I guess this? Another mention of the peephole. But,
It's a cat flap, so it should work both ways, so that's not the contradiction.
yeah.
I'll try this.
Objection!
No! You know what? Okay, I'm reloading. Stop
Yeah.
shaking your head so slowly, Judge.
Reload! Reload!
I think you gotta present the
Yeah,
other
present
one.
the other
Oh, the cat flap-o-matic?
Or the other picture.
Oh, the other picture.
You know what? We'll just...
This one? It might have to do with
Maybe.
proving the peephole wasn't there yet? Maybe?
Try the cat flap.
Nope, that didn't work. A
Try
damning inconsistency! Damning,
Oh,
what you
damn,
say?
inconsistency.
As I look at you, Counsel, I see your trembling hand, your pallid expression, your push down. Just like you have
Damn.
little eye,
Damn.
little leg, big forehead, big face. He's just damn.
Damn. Just coming for him. Stop. Leave him alone. He's a little
That
guy.
is the damning inconsistent. Damn.
Damn.
Why you gotta do my man like that?
He has a damn. You
Damn, even the
invited,
judge
sir.
can
Damn.
read your mind. The peephole wasn't there when Gina first arrived, but it was by the time Ryunosuke was there.
Yeah, I think. I think the Superman. I can see him through the peephole in the door though.
So what we've done what we've done so far is present the before of the murder to both peephole statements, and that was false.
Once again, this is another instance of the game. It wants us to say a very exact and precise thing. However, if this was a real trial, we could just be normal and say, hey, this wasn't here.
You know what? I'm gonna see if Iris has any hints for us. His lordship is only gonna allow me to present one I mean, it's kind of the same as any other cross-examination, honestly. We're getting our licks, but we're coming back up. It's clear what that piece of evidence should be.
How in the world did Susie manage to sneak off with this without me noticing?
Oh, so it is that.
And she used it in the pawnbrokery?
Yes, at least that's what Mr. Sholmes said. I was only gone from the place about 5 minutes when I went after the Skulkin brothers. What possible reason could Susato-san have had to use Iris's contraption at that time?
Oh yeah, holy shit, he was gone for a bit!
And like Susato stayed behind!
And she stayed behind, oh my god.
Okay, so...
And fucking Sholmes pointed out the peephole! So he knew! Oh my god.
Objection.
There we go. There we go.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council?
What is that thingamajig? Is it that shit that killed Shinzo Abe?
What does that do, Hickey?
Oh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the front door.
I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves.
Ah!
But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Ah, so you're a dog person.
Perhaps it would help if I describe its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can... I mean, don't say it like that. In any door you can imagine, in practically no time at all. I mean, it's just like a regular flap.
Yeah. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together.
Was Nat in the background there just like slack-jawed?
We're together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? He was not slack-jawed,
yes,
I just saw back in the
how
stream.
could you?
What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
What? No! Still
Objection!
in the, last bits of the animation.
This
from
is a
behind.
farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is a most serious act of vandalism.
A man is dead, Mr. Judge. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Much like the door. And his arm. And Mr. Sholmes' scruffy fucking pouch. Sorry.
I was yawning, don't
Riddled
say
with-
that.
Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appeared to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door.
Yes, that filthy girl shooting that man in the back.
However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. You're really good at that.
Thank you.
In
I'm
short,
just a little cringy.
your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
It's a pack of lies. Dunk. Order! 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 Is there any credence to this revelation?
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly. This is just some cheap trick to make weak gems stronger.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that that plaything can cut through a solid wooden... Oh wait, no. Can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
Would you like an example? That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy, gooey, time for dinner.
He's wearing a little bow tie!
Will he speak? I must know. Ah! I love whenever the kitty speaks. Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean the peephole in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
No, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps on my cat flapper mat creates all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the peephole at Winterbanks are an exact match.
Ugh. British silence.
Hehe, all Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your digital assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yeah, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption.
A perfect
In that
fit.
case, when was the peephole cut? I wonder if we have the evidence to prove this. I'm just skipping through it.
vindicated!
I'm just, we don't even need to read this.
When it was made by the little friend cares about nothing more than a baseless accusation. Oh,
It would be so cool if we could, like, it would be so cool if we could, like, equip evidence, and so if you know that a piece of evidence is gonna be relevant later, not your character just knows which one is. I don't know. It would be nice to have options where, like, if you know in advance, you can sort of skip these little scenes. But I get it.
Yeah. Very well. The council proof that the people in the door after the event and not before.
Take that!
Yep.
Boom.
What are you? A print
Look
from
at
that
it.
detective's
Oh, we got-
Inferno cameras again?
My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikatova, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had
bat
any
an
cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel? Oh, he
The
knows.
print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. I'm actually glad that the photographs aren't doctored. It makes it less interesting in my opinion. Like, I don't like mysteries where you establish that the realm of reality is like too broad. Well, it's like, oh, if this evidence can be fake, then literally anything can be fake, you know?
Yeah. Actually, yeah, it kind of doesn't make sense for them to be doctored, considering this is like 1800s England.
Yeah, that's also fair. And it
They did not have the technology. They don't even know how to like properly test blood yet.
Yeah. It also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. Sorry, I'm sleepy. It's time for my mid-afternoon nap. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Mr. Graydon.
Ah.
You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. They don't have the technology. They have the stereoscope, you bitch. Sorry, Eldritch. You're right. That one, a jury member with a stereoscope is like, you're wrong. And I'm like, you know what? You're so right. At the time it happened...
I will say, they technically probably could have done, like, a sort of doctoring of a photograph, but it would have had to have been in the way of, like, taking the same picture twice and then cutting it out.
It would have been
pasting
extremely
it.
obvious, basically.
It would have been obvious,
Mhm.
yeah. It wouldn't have been as seamless as it is in this.
At the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door.
Ugh.
In other words, your testimony... Whoa, double spin! ...is a catalog of lies!
Not just a pack, it's a catalog!
Oh, he in the middle! Are we gonna have a breakdown? Breakdown!
Oh,
Woo!
I'm looking at the stream.
Woo! I love that we did a little middle animation just for him, and then everyone else is back.
Whoa, there he goes. He's fucking dead. Oh, and now everyone's back.
Honestly, I love the culprit breakdown from the first trial with the white lady. That was a really good breakdown.
Yeah, that was so good. Order, order, order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious.
Get fucked.
Defeated silence.
That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt.
Oh my god.
My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene.
Bruh.
But more importantly,
Good lord, there's more Lord Van Zeeks!
the defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. It's still not done? Damn, I'm getting a snack. Fuck
Bruh.
this.
Yes, that's right. And that is...
I've been meaning to get a snack for a bit, but like, I can't believe this case is still going. I just grabbed some Funyuns.
Hell yeah!
Did you voice him?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Also, if you could loosen your collar just a little bit, sir, that would help with your case a lot.
Just a
Just
little
a
bit.
little bit. Mm.
Just
What?
A little itty bitty. I was there at the scene. It's true. And
Oh!
was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all.
The hair is messed up, and I can see the neck muscle and the
The collarbone. Oh no, they got
Sorry,
them.
they got
They
me.
got Sherry.
They got me! If I can see your collarbone and neck muscle, it's fucking over for you. I am attacking that prostate.
Now shot in the arm's true, but that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Of course you think you're the victim.
Oh, please. No! I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say? There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted.
Bye.
Hi.
Isn't that right, Rudo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another.
Yeah.
No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Damn it! He's upped on again.
No! Make no sense. What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
Inconsistency? What?
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
He said with his mouth slightly full of Funyun.
Sorry! Could you tell? Could you tell that there was Funyun in there? Damn it.
At the beginning of it, yes, only because I had just recently been snacking, so I know what a voice sounds like when it has, like, the dredges of a snack in it.
Listen.
As you can see, the testimony reveals that while Sang was voicing this line, they had a bit of Funyun in their mouth.
It's because I literally put the Funyun in my mouth when Van Seeks was doing the animation, and I was about to say something that you said, like, about the candy corn. I was like, wait a minute. I can't say it. They'll make fun of me for that. And so I just tried to chew it. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon has knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat.
That's right. The victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him.
But how could you possibly have known that?
How do you know? Obviously, because I saw her do it to the peephole in the... Fuck.
Yeah, you look real stupid. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing.
You're not making any sense. I'm gaslighting you.
Then let me ask you a simple question.
No.
How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you know of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door?
What? Well, obviously,
Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. Oh, thanks, Wildfire. We love a soundboard. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police had been at Windibanks' constantly, same thing, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course.
Shut up, you're waking up in 9 hours. I'm being a gay lawyer!
The place is chock full of pond articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all.
Were you talking to your mom or something?
No, I think I talked about this before, but my blue light filter thing that I have on my computer, it's through this app called Lux, and no, not Lux, Flux. Well, actually, it's fl.ux, whatever. And it has a little like pop-up set up for like the time that I'd set as when I quote-unquote wake up. And that's the time where the blue light comes back. And it gives you a little reminder if it's like, hey, you're supposed to wake up in 9 hours. Maybe you should go to bed.
It's 1:30. What the fuck are you doing?
I set the wake up time for 10:30 because I am a little creature and I do not wake up early
It be
unless
like
I
that.
have to.
The place is chock full of pond articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access. I mean, unless you were fucking disguised as another officer. Because we've established
Oh my
that
god.
apparently it's really easy to do that.
It's real easy.
Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Also, with that little, like, with the 3 options that we had, even though, like, the health was there, technically all of them were correct.
That's true. Wait, what were
Because
they
I think-
exactly?
One was the peephole. One was... Yeah, no, it was the third gun, the peephole, and the blood splatter.
Hmm.
He couldn't have known any of them.
I mean, the people is true, but I think with the third gun, you could have just... whatever. They
But
all
the thing is,
tied to
he's-
the scene of the
He
crime.
said in his testimony that the third gun was put through the peephole.
That's true.
And if the peephole wasn't there, how could the third gun
That's
have gone out there? He couldn't have known any of them.
And yet
It
the
was
fact
all correct.
remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible?
Oh, that's you.
Could I have a word, please? Lord Van Zeeks?
Speak, Inspector.
Okay. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you...
Permission denied.
What? Oh,
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until the trial concludes. Ooh, give me orders! Ooh!
yes, Daddy, I'm in, sir! Of course, sir.
Do you know there's a real screenshot and dialogue in the Ace Attorney game where the very gay prosecutor says something and the very gay lawyer says, yes, Daddy? Real dialogue.
I love that.
Mr. Graydon. I'll like find it and put it in chat later. You shouldn't have known the
Very
existence
important.
of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed. Oh, Eldridge found it. You must have been informed
Drax
about it
got
by
it.
someone else. Oh my god. I'm so glad I could be the one to tell you that, because
Damn. Oh my god. Ugh.
Objection!
that's from Dual Destinies. I believe that's the one where... What is it? It's a 3D one, and is that the one that has Athena as the protag, or is that Dual Destinies 1 or 2? It's one of them. I would actually be fine with watching a Dual Destinies because it has that prosecutor who's like kind of emo, and he has those bags under his eyes, and he's also my husband. Stop there, my learned friend. There's only one dual destinies? Oh, I see. I forgot that as you play as the
Interesting.
female lawyer, the first
one
female.
dual destinies.
Shut up. There's, you play as the one female lawyer, but I think there are parts where you also play as Phoenix, right? That's why I was confused. You realize, I trust, the words you have just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's only one person it could be. Those girls who were giggling and whispering back there.
Who is this person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Take that!
Tobias Gregson.
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Eh? Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware.
No, I was doing because that's a thing on Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Consider the following.
Yeah!
We have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. Sorry, thinking of the Yes Daddy quote reminds me of another famous Ace Attorney moment in which, Edgeworth, the one with the cravat, is the like more pinkish purple one, says something along the lines of, Mr. Wright only makes that face when he's pressed up against the wall, and everyone else's response is, the fuck do you mean by that, bro? The fuck do you- why do you know that, bro?
How do you know that facial expression?
We learned of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed. Preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
Oh no. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away any details from our investigations to this fellow, eh?
Seeing the animation going at like 4 frames per second is so funny because one of the frames it decided to land on was of him with his mouth just wide open. It's so funny. I wish I had gotten a screenshot of it. Actually,
I wish I could see what you see.
I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that?
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means
It happened when
The
they were
first time.
gossiping.
the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Bruh.
Oh, I've just remembered something, Runo.
What is it, Iris?
Yeah.
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was
They were
dispatched
gossiping like little bitches.
to retrieve Mr. McGilden's music box from the scene of the crime, That's it. It was during that testimony. Yeah. I remember finding it strange at the time.
XOXO Gossip Girl.
Mr. Graydon and the inspector seem to be having some kind of secret discussion. It's so obvious.
Also, he's not even holding up the correct hand.
Like, yeah, technically it should be the hand that's covering the
Like,
mouth.
we-
Like, yeah.
Yeah,
Nerd ass.
he's stupid. Dumbass white man.
It would have been possible. Sorry, the testosterone kicked in. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag! You're making all of this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Yeah. Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
In character chewing.
Thank you.
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector?
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Well,
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to such baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Bruno, do you think it could be?
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you for an answer now, Counsel.
What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
I'm either thinking it's the second disc, or it's, I don't know, something maybe related to government secrets or some shit.
It's either the second disc or the music box.
But,
Do we want
it would be,
tapes,
it would,
though?
okay, let's, I mean, we have 3 tries.
We do.
Take that!
But we also don't know how
We got
much.
it.
Oh! We got it! We did it! The box!
Inspector the Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What? Are you getting that now, sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the bleeding Nora could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that, encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession, are the leaked classified secrets.
Nah.
So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little... Ah! He lost his chips.
Dun, dun, dun.
Order! Order! Order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Winterbanks, you said this.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilda's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine. That is mine.
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
British silence. My orders were... recover the medium. Oh wait, no. Recover the medium. Used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush hush.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility. That's all. Inspector Shirley. Don't call me Shirley. Sorry. Surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony.
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the evidence at the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these men.
Yeah, no!
I love that the Mario Brothers are still there. They haven't been relevant in a while, but there's chillin'. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious! Then, you mean to say... Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession?
I appreciate the commitment to the bit.
Thank you. He has the second disc already on his person?
Yes! The defense demands the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregson hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put the matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
What? He's gonna agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice upon which you now teeter, my learned student friends. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Yeah, no shit, Ryunosuke.
Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. Okay, bootlickers.
You're just threatening Runo because you're scared.
The accusation
Iris.
is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, Counsel. You know the implications. So let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Search summons. That is the correct option, yes.
Option D.
Right.
Save.
Option D. Same.
Honestly?
I think
Search someone else,
search
man.
someone else. The fact that he was so readily willing to give the search,
It's like, yeah, I don't have it on me. He does.
The defense formally demands the search be conducted.
Well,
Don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal.
Oh, that was a little slappy.
Oh.
Uh-oh, was this the right choice? That was a very that was one of those like early game like unconfident Ryunosuke slams where it's like a slap, not a slam. Oh. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What?
Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Be quiet, all of you.
Get him, Iris!
Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because
Stop
that's
being
the
racist.
British way.
Oh. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
This court is in awe of the defense counsel's tism.
You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request this search now?
Actually,
I
I'm
actually
between
don't
two.
know, legitimately.
I'm between two people.
So technically, they were together on the bench with both Gina and the brothers. So my first
Yes.
thought was it being Nash.
Yes. Same here. My other thought is that he somehow kept it with Graydon Wooder, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Graydon, Milverton, Ashley, Ash.
Like he just
Motherfucker.
showed him the disc, not just or something. I don't know.
Yeah. And we saved before this, yes?
I mean, we saved before the choosing how to, whatever. I'm doing 3 saves for this case. Fuck it.
Hell yeah.
Eldritch says I can tell you to make it easier. I mean, you can give us a hint. You don't have to tell us. For some reason, one of my crack theories was it? What if it's freaking Herlock? I don't know.
Herlock has it. Go search him while he sleeps.
I'm thinking it's Nash.
Well, we have chances. It's on the witness stand. Well, thank you, Eldritch. You're very kind, but Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Take that!
I'm
The music
thinking it's
stops.
Nosh. Yeah!
Mr. Nash Skulkin. You said a hint.
Well, I
Hey!
never. Me?
Him?
Very well then, bailiff. Screen the witness and conduct a
I'm not
thorough
clicking
search
anything,
of
by
his
the way.
person.
Oh no, I'm auto.
Please,
Oh,
my
it
lord.
was on autoplay. Oh,
Inspector.
the little autoplay
Oh.
button. I didn't. I was like, I thought this
Oh,
was just
yeah,
like
I
a
thought I saw-
cutscene. But for some reason,
Yeah,
it
I
was
thought I saw something in the corner, but it was
Sorry.
obstructed by the warning of the stream you're viewing currently has reduced video or audio quality. Thank you.
present my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Blimey me.
Me? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Hold it! Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard, has to object to this search. You have no
Unfortunately for
jurisdiction here.
you,
Shut the fuck up.
Inspector, your objections carry no weight here.
Eh?
In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
Damn it! But Lord Van Zeeks.
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Hell yeah, brother. Ah! Ding! Bailiff! Oh, wrong person.
Ooh.
Bailiff, carry out your search.
Now hold on, Mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out!
I took a sippy.
Mm-hmm.
Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this!
Yeah! Good lord! That's...
Another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Double spin! Is it not, Inspector
spin.
Gregson?
Lost so many chips and fish. Order, order, order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flaming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness.
Me when I press deal on the game, Deal or No Deal.
Deal. And and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for— oh yeah, he was grabbing
Mhm.
Nash!
Yeah,
That
that's
one
the thing that
time.
made me tip off. I was like, that's probably when he planted the disc on him.
Mmm.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker at night, was it by any chance the second disc in your jacket pocket? I bet
another sword.
It's like, it's one of those like old-fashioned like cartoons, those vaudeville. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. New animation always means new information.
Real. Yeah, he did it all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me. And grabbed me whistle like
like that, he started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear, all he did. My head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character, but looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
I love how your voice gets like a slightly bit more cuntier when he does the cunty pose.
A little
Cunty
bit.
pose. Just a little bit, as a treat. Well, bless my wig! He hid it.
That's a good exclamation. New exclamation from the judge. Bless my
Yeah.
wig.
Bless my wig!
You.
But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
Do it on the QT. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush hush. I can think of a few QTs I see right now.
Oh my god,
Wink.
stop! That's Elle, by the way. Elle's like, oh, stop!
Elle's here. I
She's
love that
always
for her.
here.
As she should be.
Mhm.
Hush, hush. A top secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that the information were to be revealed in court as evidence. It would be problematic. Eldritch says there's only one last piece of evidence to present in this game if you want to stay up longer to read out the ending, but I don't know how long the rest of the text will take you. So, we have currently been streaming for 6 hours. It is 2 a.m.
Holy shit.
It's so the only thing that I am tired and I'm yawning. I think mentally I'm doing all right, and my throat does hurt a little bit.
Same here.
I've actually been trying to see if there's a good stopping point, but this case is so interesting it just keeps going. So
Yeah.
my friend, the wildfire. Do you have any
friend, the
particular
Spangled.
obligations tomorrow?
Nope.
Welp, we are both equally unemployed, so
Hell
You know.
yeah.
your unemployed friend on a Sunday night be like, hey, we played Ace Attorney.
The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
You know what? You just gotta stop. I'm feeling like we're gonna barrel through it.
Let's do it.
Does that sum up the
We
situation,
will
Inspector?
continue.
Nah. I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Does that mean?
Why do you get all the noise characters? The characters that are making the little oh.
Oh, ah, ah, whoa.
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, so he could give him a little kiss on the cheek and to slip the second disc into his pocket.
Try to get you an estimated time. Thanks, Drax.
Mm-hmm.
So it was all a pretense. Yeah. Arrest this man already! Shit.
Well now,
Oh, also the wrong voice. Sorry. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
So Eldritch says an
British
hour
standards.
until the credits.
That's not that bad. Admit to it. Yours truly, please.
Mr. Graydon.
Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination.
By the way, he's been like slowly bleeding out throughout all of this.
Yeah, he's been suffering. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole?
I'm under no obligation to explain. Actually, you literally are.
What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detectives. All of it this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about.
You... what?
Scratch on the back of my leg. How'd this happen?
Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Why would he admit it?
No, I'm not gonna admit that, you dumbass. Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
I do not even belong in this country. This is not my homeland.
Where
Why
am
am I
I?
here? Where am I? This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Like, every time the animation occurs for juror number 3, I'm like, what fucking stereoscope-ass pun are you gonna make this time? Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presidents of Idle, stop.
Damn.
Girl.
Eyes on the prize, girly.
You know what? Good for her. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... they're going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now...
Is Ginny going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, counsel. I think it's time I imposed on the juror to declare their final decisions. No? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. Here's the final present.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no other choice then, Runo! We have to shoot them! We have to throw more evidence at them!
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence? Okay, so... I actually think this is a good time to end the stream. Because, genuinely, I know if we start from here next stream, there's not going to be a lot left, but we also promised to go over the art book, and we're probably going to talk about our conclusive thoughts, and we can't do that while finishing the game this stream.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely not.
So I want to at least stop
You are
here,
correct.
so that there's some gameplay credits, and then our more, like, post-game thoughts and stuff.
And also the little, like,
the little like tiny mini episodes.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
are in here.
exactly.
There's
And
still
also-
so much gameplay.
And also, legitimately, I just want to save there because I don't know the answer to this.
Yeah.
So we can sleep on it, is what I'm trying to say.
we can sleep on it for a week.
Yep. Alright.
Hell yeah.
It is 2 a.m. It has been a while since I've done a 6-hour stream. I'm sure I've done at least one in the past when I was like deranged in streaming for the first time.
Hell
But-
yeah. Preemptively putting that in there.
Sang, gang, sleep. Good
I
stream.
feel like I am correct in saying that we are not going to raid someone.
You could also start the first trial of the second game or save it for next time. Honestly? Did you say tomorrow? Oh, did I say tomorrow? I mean, we're gonna be back next week, is all I was trying to say. And like
Yeah.
for the next stream next Sunday, finishing this case, doing the little mini-sodes, going over the art, making our thoughts, and maybe if there's time and interest, starting the second game. But yeah.
Woo!
Woohoo! Roll Wildfire. I don't know if you can see me on the screen, but I am running. Oh, I was asking if they were available tomorrow. Oh, I was. Did I ask if you're available tomorrow? I asked. Oh, I asked if
Oh,
they were
no.
if they had something tomorrow because I was wondering if they needed to go to sleep for like an obligation.
Mhm.
Yes.
That's back when we thought that we were just gonna steamroll for the rest of the game, and then we realized, wait a minute, here's a good
Yeah.
stopping point, actually.
Mhm. Because it's
Well, not a good stopping point, but it's a stopping point.
Yeah, and also like I felt like it was fair to ask that because sometimes people have things they gotta do like the next day, and I don't want to be like the reason that they don't get sleep because of it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, bye Twitch. Good stream. We got rated like 3 times today, and 2 by like fellow Ace Attorney people, so that was fun.
Hell yeah.
And we talked about autism.
Woo!
Woohoo!
We here with autism.
And I promise this coming week I will release the Sang-Sangled bingo cards. I still have the tab saved. Oh yeah, Eldritch had to tell them to leave because they were in the middle of the game. In fact, they were in the middle of the trial that is literally important to this last case. So we have to tell them, please leave. Yeah.
Actually, if they were in the middle of the third case, then they were truly in the middle of the game, since there's 5
Ha.
5 chapters.
Anyway, good night, Twitch. Bye.
Good morning, Twitch.
Good morning. Oh, Jesus. Good morning indeed. It is well into the morning. at
It's
this point.
2:12 in the morning.
Good night. Bye.
Good morning.